Excellent. Good morning and welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. We are gathered today, assembled via Zoom for the purpose of inviting public testimony, public comment on legislation that's before us. I think we're all getting fairly comfortable with Zoom at this point. I'm sure we will run into some technical glitches along the way, so we ask you to please be patient with us. I'll have further instructions in a moment, but why don't we go ahead and introduce the committee members. So Representative Geiger, would you start us off?
Yes, thank you, Chair Curry. My name is Valley Geiger. I am a first-term representative for District 93, Rockland and Owl's Head.
Good morning, I'm John Andrews. I represent District 73 in Western Maine, which is made up of Buckfield, Hebron, and Paris.
Hey everybody, I'm Sarah Pepworth. I represent House District 133 in the Blue Hill Peninsula.
Good morning, I'm Senator Scott Searway and represent District 16, which includes Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Good morning, I'm Representative Jack Ducharme, representing House District 111, which is Norridgewock, Solon, and the great town of Madison, where the governor will be today at the new soon-to-be Go Labs facility.
Good morning, Maine. I hail to you from Gray, my hometown. Excuse me. I also have portions of Raymond and the little town, portions of the little town of Casco, and I have all of Fry Island in Big Sebago Lake.
Representative Tavis Hassenfuss, House District 81, Reedfield, Winthrop, and a part of Monmouth.
Representative Kyle Bailey, House District 27, part of Gorham and a small part of North Scarborough.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sue Bernard. I represent District 149, which is Caribou, New Sweden, and Westmanland.
Good morning. I'm Representative Tiffany Roberts, House Chair, representing House District 6, which is the majority of North Berwick and South Berwick.
And good morning, I am Senator Chip Curry, and I represent the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County, which is Senate District 11. Very happy to be here today. And Representative Ducharme, I understand we might be losing you for a little bit if we are having committee around the time of the governor's press conference. Is that correct?
Yeah, it starts at 1 o'clock. I'll probably be heading down around 12:30, quarter of, just to make sure I can get in there because there's supposed to be a bunch of people there.
Great, excellent. On that note, I just want to let the committee know that Commissioner Johnson has requested has offered and offered to give us a briefing at the end of today because the press conference is related to the governor's plan related to the American Recovery Act funds. And so she wanted to directly give this committee a briefing, and we will schedule that for the end after the last bill that we work today. So, with that, let me just check on. If you're listening to this through the audio system, I want to let you know that it's also available via our committee's YouTube channel. And you can find that on our committee website, which is just go to the legislature.maine.gov, select committee, and then select the Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business Committee. We've done introductions. A little note on the use of the chat feature is please keep chat is not recorded, and our public hearings need to be available to everyone. So please keep the chat to just technical issues. And with that, I'll introduce our committee clerk, who is managing most of those technical issues. So Ms. Jody Breton is the committee clerk. Hello, Jody, welcome. And thank you for your service today. If you have an issue, Ms. Breton, what's the best way for folks to reach out to you if they're having an issue getting into the meeting?
They can either call me at 287-4880 or email IDEA at legislature.maine.gov.
And so if you're watching this, if you're just looking to watch this at the, then using the YouTube channel is the best way to do that. If you have registered to give testimony today, you'll need to be logging into our Zoom meeting. There is for testimony, once we get started, there is a 3-minute time limit. And so Ms. Roberts, would you be willing to play the timekeeper again? Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that. And I also want to recognize our committee analyst is Ms. Rachel Olson, and she will be supporting the committee throughout the day today. At this point, we will open up our public hearing on LD, let's see.
105.
105. I was just making sure that we had any adjustment to the schedule. I think we are going to be sticking straight to the schedule that's on our committee website. So we will open up LD 105, and thank you, Representative Roberts. This is an act to adopt the Department of Economic and Community Development's 10-year economic development strategy for Maine. And the bill sponsor is Representative Bailey. Representative Bailey, you have the floor.
Good morning. I will make this very brief this morning. While I have ideas about how to get the legislature more engaged as an active partner with the executive branch in long-term visioning and planning around economic and workforce development, like many of you, as well as around focusing on where we need to move the needle, I have as of yet been unable to develop this concept and fully flesh it out into a proposal for consideration by the legislature. So I thank you for the opportunity to raise this issue, and I'll continue to raise elements of this issue throughout our discussion in committee. But at this time, I'd like to ask that the committee vote ought not to pass on this concept draft.
Ms. Brett, is there anyone that has registered to give testimony on this bill?
We have 2 people registered for neither, DECD, Kate Foy, and Kenneth Capron from Micro Rail.
And are they in the attendee list?
I will check for you.
Take a look. I'm looking as well.
I found Miss Foy, so she's coming in.
Ms. Foy, given the bill sponsor's request for ought not to pass, did you want to give testimony?
No, thank you. We look forward to working with Representative Bailey as in next session and over the summer.
Okay, thank you very much. And seeing no one else in the attendee list, we will close the public hearing on LD 105. And Chair recognizes Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we move into work session for LD 105.
Is there a second? Seconds, Representative Searway. All those in favor? Your hand. Thank you. Is there a motion? Representative Bailey, do you want to do the painful motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to kill my bill to ought not to pass on LD 105. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay, so any further discussion? Ms. Brett, would you call the roll?
So I have an ought not to pass motion made by Representative Bailey, seconded by Senator Seaway. If you're in favor of ought not to pass, you'll be voting yes. Opposed, you'll be voting no. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews.
Yes.
Representative Andrews, yes. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore is absent. Senator Lucchini is absent. Senator Seaway.
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme.
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin.
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss.
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts.
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That's 11 in the affirmative, 2 absent.
With a unanimous report of those present, the committee report will be ought not to pass. We will now close the work session on LD 105. We'll now open the public hearing on LD 768, an act to explore alternative uses of pulpwood and to support the logging and forestry industries. And I did realize that I forgot to give some other instructions related to those giving public testimony, so I'll say those now. Our typical order will be those for the bill sponsor and any co-sponsors, those for the bill, against the bill, and then those neither for nor against the bill. And also there will be, just to let folks know, if you're in the attendee list and once you're shifted over into what you're seeing is the panelist group, the screen will briefly go blank, and then don't panic, you'll show up back here. It may be that your camera's off and you might have to turn on your camera and unmute yourself, and that you can do on the bottom left-hand side. So just a little heads up there. And now the chair recognizes Representative Ducharme to introduce his bill.
Thank you, Chairman Curry. Chairman Curry, Representative Roberts, and distinguished members of the Innovative Development, Economic Advancement, and Business Committee. I'm Jack Ducharme, representative for House District 111, representing Norwalk, Solon, and most of Madison. I'm here to present my bill, LD 768, an act to explore alternative uses of pulpwood and to support the logging and forestry industries. LD 768 is a concept bill that I hope will facilitate a conversation about how to expand the markets for the largest segment of the forestry resource, that being softwood pulp. There are some great things happening with wood products. We're looking at products called cross-laminated timber. There's some work being done on extracting fuel from wood and other things. Lumber, as most everyone knows, continues to be a great use of our forestry resource. But in order to get the logs large enough to make boards and timber, some of the smaller, more abundant trees have to be cut to harvest for the larger ones. Those smaller trees often end up being softwood pulp. Because of this, we need to look at the totality of that resource rather than finding specific niche products to find new and better uses for it. The volume of this material is such that it would take many different uses that haven't been even thought of yet. Thinning these smaller trees helps the forest regenerate itself. According to Northern Woodlands, in the year 1600, Maine had 18.2 million acres of forest. Today, we have about 17.5 million acres. This in spite of cutting trees steadily for over 400 years. Soon, as you may know, you probably know, we will have Timber HP by Go Labs making insulation of wood fiber, using roughly 225,000 tons of this material annually in Madison. For Maine and other groups have done a great deal of work in this strategic space, but I think we need to make sure we don't forget the boots on the ground. As a former selectman and current representative for the town of Madison, I'm acutely aware of the issues in the forestry industry. In 2016, our own Madison paper closed its doors, putting nearly 250 people out of work and eliminating the need for about 250,000 tons of pulpwood annually. April 15th, 2020, the pulpwood digester at the Pixel Mill in Jay exploded, eliminating the ability of over 2 million tons of softwood pulp to be used by that mill. Those two events placed a significant hole in the market for softwood pulp. Because of these and prior losses of paper mills like Millinocket, East Millinocket, Bucksport, Maine has to look at this softwood pulp resource itself to see if there are ways to stimulate either continued use in the papermaking process or other markets. The impact on the logging and forestry industry is devastating. Not only are loggers working for barely enough money to cover their costs, but large users are able to drive the price down to levels that threaten the ability of loggers to make ends meet. For many years, loggers survived by cutting trees, separating them into high-grade pulp, some used in papermaking processes, saw logs that go to lumber mills, and then low-grade spruce, fir, and hemlock that would go to paper mills to make paper. Without the market for softwood pulp, much of the resource could go unused and could be left in the woods to rot, or worse, become fuel for forest fires like we see in the western part of Maine. In a perfect world, we would find a way to facilitate the purchase of a new digester to create pulp that could be sold to various paper mills across the country. However, this leads to many questions. Would it help Pixel make the J mill viable and thus saving hundreds of jobs to put some money behind a new digester? What else can we do with this abundant but low-grade resource that is so critical to our logging industry? Is there another outlet that we can use this material? If loggers don't have a place to put this marginally profitable resource, can they make money in the woods without it? Will the return on investment be enough to sustain the industry going forward? Another concern in the logging is that the logging workforce is aging and will have significant turnover in the next 10 years. The economic barriers to entry into the logging business are significant, and we don't see many young people clamoring to enter the workforce. If that workforce is eliminated or reduced significantly, large companies will have a huge edge in creating conditions for the market of pulpwood in Maine, for the harvest of pulpwood in Maine. They'll not be able to run their mills without the wood, so they'll find a way to supply them. It may not be the way Mainers want it to happen, but these companies have huge investments to support in these mills, so they have to produce. We currently have some real good people handling the business of managing our timberlands. We have a lot of small operators that really have the best interest of Maine at heart. Recently, the House of Representatives in Washington passed a bill to allow young people, 16 and 17 years old, to work with their family in the woods. Previously, these young folks were prevented by work safety rules from working in the woods. This has hurt the legacy generations of loggers. Maine should follow suit with this and other ways to stimulate entry into the logging business. Thank you for considering LD 768. As we move forward through this process, I hope that the IDB committee will be the catalyst to bring new ways to light to use this abundant forest resource that will be both economically viable and environmentally friendly. Both objectives must be considered in any possible solution in order to maintain our forest lands, and in doing so, maintain our way of life. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Representative Ducharme. And the chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Chair Curry. Representative Ducharme, I have a master's in sustainable design, so I follow that industry pretty closely. Did I understand you to say that the pulpwood could be used for cross-laminated lumber?
There are some, I know that some of it can be used for that. Some of the species aren't necessarily compatible with that. And I haven't done a whole lot of detailed research on that, but I do know that cross-laminated timbers is part of the solution in this. But some of it, like juniper, is not real good for that, and that's a real abundant. It's juniper or tamarack, I guess it's also called. That doesn't work really well, from what I understand, in that particular thing. Hemlock works well, but there are some challenges with using that. So there's certainly a way to use some of it, but when you have over 2 million tons of this material, these little, it sounds great to think that Go Labs is going to use 250,000 tons. But at the end of the day, you take 250,000 tons out of a pool of 2.25 million. It's just a drop in the bucket. So there needs to be a whole lot more done. So,
can I just note that the Architecture of America, the Association of Architects, Green Building, have just come out in favor of eliminating for, I think, I can't remember how many stories, but up to 5 stories of multi-story buildings, that they eliminate the use of steel and instead use cross-laminated timber as the framing structure. So I'm wondering, how would we sort of create that kind of, there's a growing market now from that declaration. How do we meet that market? What would you see as the next steps for Maine to become the place to look for that kind of cross-laminated timber?
I think that to answer your question and not answer your question, I think that the folks coming behind me from the Maine Forest Products Council. They'll be speaking to a lot of those things. I know we've had discussions over the last week or 10 days about, you know, how the testimony was going to go, and they'll be presenting some of those ideas, as well as I think there's some information coming from the ECD as well in testimony. But that certainly is part of the answer that we're looking at in this. And I think, and my bill is kind of to look at it in totality to try and, instead of doing a onesie twosie kind of thing, getting an overall strategy to look at 2 million tons of material and how are we going to use it. So, okay.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Representative Ducharme, Commissioner Johnson is looking to speak on this bill and has a tight schedule. Would you mind if I ask her to come in and
Absolutely.
and speak
No
on the bill,
problem.
and then we can come back to questions for you? So
Sure.
thank you. Let's see. So if you could bring in Commissioner Johnson. Welcome, Commissioner Johnson. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you. And thank you both for Representative Ducharme and Senator Curry for kind of letting me jump in. I appreciate that. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. My name is Heather Johnson, and I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Economic and Community Development. I'm here today to present testimony on LD 768. As a concept draft, the Department of Economic and Community Development looks forward to working with Representative Ducharme, the IDEA Committee, and the industry to continue to find creative solutions that create new markets to support the supply chain and strengthen the sector long term. The last few years have been difficult for some elements of the forest products sector. While building supply is up about 18%, we know that writing and printing paper is down approximately 20%, and the explosion of the digester in Jay eliminated the need for about 2 million tons of wood as well. The decline in writing and printing paper has been exacerbated by COVID. People working at home are not printing at the same levels. The drop in demand has lowered both the volume and the prices as supply is exceeding demand. Recently, the Office of Business Development conducted a survey of the forest product sector in an effort to continue the dialogue on businesses' needs. A summary of the results of that survey will be available in the coming weeks. While we wait for that data point, we know the new markets for the forest product sector is key in supporting the supply chain. We believe there are a number of opportunities that can support Maine attracting or growing new markets. In her State of the State speech, the governor referenced a Forest Products Innovation Fund that, again, I think we'll hear more about and have a chance to have a good dialogue with as we go throughout the course of this day. But this is potentially one tool that could support the execution of this. We look forward to listening to the ideas presented today and supporting the work as it continues to move forward. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions if I can.
Are there any questions for Commissioner Johnson? Chair recognizes Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Johnson, that survey you mentioned, what are the type of findings that we will see from that survey? I'm trying to look to see what this committee or the legislature can do to sort of help facilitate these products being brought into the market. But is that going to give us some direction on what we could do?
It'll be, I think, thank you for the question, Representative. I think it will be one data point in what is a suite of data points, right? We actually have a ticker upstairs in our office that has the tonnage that we're trying to replace from the digester and the decline in the market, so that we can keep our eye on, to Representative Ducharme's point. Some of these will be pieces of this broader equation. Right now, we don't have line of sight of one answer that solves the entire piece there. And so we want to continue to look at different options. The survey has some feedback on that and on kind of some other immediate needs of the supply chain of the forest product sector. Again, I think you'll hear from a number of people testifying today that will be able to incorporate some of that information. As we talk to loggers, the primary thinking is we need new markets and support of new markets, so that there's a place to put the wood. And so that I think will become the priority.
Thank you very
But
much.
as Representative Ducharme said, workforce is a key challenge as well. Sorry, Senator.
No, that's all right. Thank you very much, Commissioner Johnson. I know you're on a tight schedule, so I appreciate your time today and look forward to seeing you later on this afternoon.
Great. We appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you. And we'll come back. Representative Roberts, you had a question for Representative Ducharme.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Ducharme, for bringing this to light. This is something that came up when I served on ACF last term as well, so I'm aware. I just want to make sure that I am up to speed here. So this bill has an emergency preamble, correct? And
That's
then
correct.
It's a concept draft. I don't see language here. Do you have an amendment, or where are you kind of in the process there with us wrapping up our work in the upcoming weeks here?
Thank you for the question. I intended in my opening statement to include that piece. I have been working with Commissioner Johnson. We've been talking about how we flesh out the language of this bill and so forth. Her suggestion to me, and I think it's probably a good suggestion, is that we carry this bill over, which I would be willing to do, because I think that there's so many things at play to bring to the table: the survey, the Forest Innovation Fund, and so forth and so on. So some other things that are going out there. When we put it in, the emergency preamble was put on it because we felt that it was critical for the town of Jay, understanding that these wheels don't move very fast. So I think that if we were to carry it over, obviously we'd strip out the emergency preamble. But I think the best thing to do is if we're going to do that, is to do that, carry it over, continue doing the work and get a really solid bill, because I'd rather see a solid bill that works than something that is hastily thrown together and doesn't work.
Okay, it gives me a better picture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Ducharme, what has are you aware what the price drop has been for pulp in terms of after the loss of the J digester? I mean, what percent down has that gone for sellers?
I really can't quantify that. I think maybe some folks coming after me, perhaps Mr. Denico could. He's a good sized landowner and so forth. But perhaps from Forest Products Association could also give you those numbers. I remember numbers, but I would hesitate to quote them for you without them in front of me for fear of being wrong. But I know it has been significant, and the large users of this resource, they control the price. The producers of the resource don't control the price, and it's really kind of a situation where they just drive the price down to the point where, and somebody will produce to provide them with the resource for whatever number they're going to give, even if some of these guys are losing money to do it. And that's not healthy for the industry.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much, Representative Ducharme.
Thank you.
And let's see here. So we'll be working, going for those speaking for, and so I will ask for Mr. Denico, if Mr. Denico could be brought into the panelist group. And actually, Mr. Denico, before you get started, I think I missed a co-sponsor. Is Senator Black also a co-sponsor of this bill?
He is, but I do not see him in the attendee list. but he did. submit
Okay, I
written
see. He
testimony.
submitted written testimony. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And welcome, Mr. Denico.
There you go.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you
Yeah.
fine. You have the attention of the committee.
Okay, thank you. Senator Kerry, Representative Roberts, and members of the committee. My name is Doug Denico from Madison, Maine. Here today to testify in favor of LD 768. My testimony will be mostly on how the bill would help small landowners like myself. Being a forester, I was captured early on with the notion of owning and managing my own forest with an eye towards creating a meaningful legacy and income source of future family members. I embarked on this vision in 1973. The buying part of the plan was manageable for several decades, but the attempt to have the forest land be a reasonable investment based on sustainable sales of timber was greatly diminished over time. This drop in value started its descent about a decade ago. The magnitude of the drop was about 300% over several species for me. That's quite a drop. The biggest drop in value came from softwood pulpwood, with pine pulpwood, hemlock, and spruce and fir leading the way, but with hardwood pulpwood not far behind. What is behind this drop in value stems from the drop in demand for these products at the pulp mills. And this is nothing about casting blame. That's just what's going on. The various reasons for the price drop would include such things as shifting to hardwood pulp, lost timber mill capacity to process pulpwood, and even the loss of 2 major pulp mills and 3 minor ones in the recent past. Not counting the loss of pulp, the pulp digester at Jay last spring, mill demand for softwood pulp has decreased by about 100% in the last 10 years. And those come from the Maine Forest Service Wood Processes Report, which can be duplicated by anybody. Why am I here? I would like the committee to explore ways to bring back pulping capacity and hence demand for these softwood species. I suggest concentrating on our pulp mill infrastructure. This request only deals with significant pulp production using existing technologies. This isn't about futuring. This is about taking what we've got and either adding it or even building onto it. This is the only way I know to create a dent in the large supply of our surplus softwood pulp supply in a reasonable length of time. I know there are a lot of things going on, but I haven't seen anything yet that can take the place of a digester. In the industry, we call them pigs because they take in garbage and they give out a good product, just like a pig. Why is this important? I could make a very good return on my forest investment if I sold it for its real estate value with no regard for its future as a sustainable forest. We've seen parts of Maine go this route. A lot of energy has been spent trying to keep Maine's forest as forest. I hope this bill can foster that goal. I heard a request to know what the drop has been. Last summer and winter, I sold about 6,000 cords. The hemlock, pine, spruce and fir pulp in a whole tractor trailer load, I would get a little over $30.
Mr. Denico?
$30 for a whole tractor trailer load.
Mr. Denico?
That would have been in the hundreds of dollars. Hundreds of dollars.
Mr. Denico, your time has ended, but
Yep.
you're answering my question. So I will ask you to go ahead and finish with the question that I had earlier. So.
Well, that was an anecdote when I put in just because someone wanted to know what the drop has
No,
been.
please-
It's been
please.
catastrophic. So
Yeah,
now
so-
I would take questions. I'll be back to norm.
So originally your tractor trailer, you would get, so at the higher price before the J loss of the J digester, what would you get for a tractor trailer?
Depending on the year you pick of the species, but it could have been over $400 a load. And even 2 years ago for pine pulp, I was getting $5 a ton, which would translate 5 times 30, $150. And that's the most miserable species probably I have to sell. But from that to $1 a ton and $30 a load, I'm not faulting anybody. The capitalist system works well right now, for certain people. For others, it's not working so well.
Great.
But the price has gone to, well, we'll leave that alone.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug, I hear you, and I've talked to a few foresters and also the trucking industry. They say that they really can't afford to drop their prices because of their equipment costs and everything else, and they pay for the people. And so they said that the person that is taking the hit is basically, the lumber people, and and they said they're not getting the price that they should. And so what is it basically because there's it's not a shortage, it's just that there's too much of it, right? Is that what?
Right, and what's happened is we've lost that capacity to even convert the softwood species into pulp, cellulose.
Yeah.
And by doing it like that, when that J mill went out, we dropped thousands and thousands and thousands of tons of softwood pulp that was being converted into cellulose. And I haven't even calculated that drop in my percentages. I went to 2018, that's all the Forest Service had for information. So I didn't even calculate what Jay has done. And I think the biggest hit on those species has been the landowner, not the mills. It's been the landowners.
Yeah.
Trucking and cutting, they need so much to pay for their equipment and get it to the mill. And so by necessity, they haven't had the hit we have, but it's only logical that they had to be paid for what they do. And I don't fault them.
Right.
I don't fault anybody.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Chair Curry. Mr. Denico, help me. I need some education here. So is it my understanding the digester that blew up and is no longer available was to create cellulose for paper? Is that right?
I think principally that was going into paper. Some of it might have been sold on the market. I'm not sure of the distribution, but it could have gone to those two things, yes.
So you spoke a few moments ago in your testimony that you would like to see the digester back, and yet Commissioner Johnson spoke about a severe drop in the market for paper products. Do you think we should repeat the past, or should we be looking to build new markets for the wood that you're producing?
If you watch the market for market pulp, that's not paper. There is a demand for softwood pulp that's been processed besides just in Maine. It's more of a universal market. You don't have to convert it into paper in Maine to have a viable business. You can sell it to other mills in different places. And that's what I envision this cellulose that was created from the different species would be marketed in a much wider distribution than just Maine. It could go anywhere. And right now, as I understand it, softwood pulp on the market is a pretty expensive commodity. You just have to go out of Maine and have to not concentrate on the paper. And in order to avoid a food fight, I wouldn't mention Jay too much. I don't care if someone adds capacity to a digester or a new one is built beside some mill. You do need a mill infrastructure to make them work. But I can only see people really getting upset if Jay got a whole bunch of stuff and other mills didn't. They're very competitive and they don't mind showing it. So I think whatever we do, if we talk about a digester, is offer other mills an opportunity to increase capacity or whatever. You have to be universal in this. So again, you'll have a food fight in your hands.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Denico, for your testimony.
Yes, and I'll apologize for any toes I've stepped on. Thank you.
No toes stepped on. And let's see, we will now ask Dana Doran. Dana Doran to be shifted over to the panelist. And also if Patrick Strouch could be shifted over. Welcome back to the committee, Mr. Doran.
Good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, members of the IDEA Committee. My name is Dana Duran. I'm the Executive Director of a trade association in Augusta called the Professional Logging Contractors of Maine. Pleased to be before you this morning to testify in support of Representative Ducharme's bill LD 768. I have not yet submitted written testimony, but I will make sure that I do that to have it as part of the written record for the bill. So I'm testifying, obviously, in support. I'm going to mention a few things. I know Pat Strauch is going to come behind me, and he's going to discuss the 4 Maine effort, and I will certainly allow him to do that. I've been a part of that. It started in 2016, and Pat's going to run down through that. But put simply, that was an effort that started back in 2016 to help stem the tide with losses from pulp and paper, specifically along the Penobscot River Valley, but certainly it's coming to a head at this point. And you've heard from Representative Ducharme and from former Forest Service Director Doug Denico, the harm that's happened as a result of the issues connected with the J mill. I will say, so Mr. Denico talked about 2 million tons. So I'm going to put it into context for you. So 2 million tons, it was essentially broken down as follows. There's about 1 million tons that went into pulp production at the mill, about 500,000 tons also, and I should take a step back. 1 million tons came from round logs that were delivered to the mill for pulp production. About another 500,000 tons came from sawmills, from residuals, also for pulp production. And then there was an additional 500,000 tons of wood that was used for energy at the mill for pulp production and also for electricity and heat generation. All told, that represents 63,000 truckloads of wood will not be delivered to that mill. That is essentially 30% of all the pulp that went into production in the state of Maine went away a year ago. And for our industry, that equates roughly, if you put a tonnage value on that, about 9,000 tons that goes into pulp production represents one job in the logging industry. So you multiply those numbers and divide, and you'll come up with about 700 jobs have gone away in logging and trucking as a result of that pulp mill explosion. So let me move forward. You know, obviously you're hearing the issues that are in the industry. We have significant issues clearly as a result. Now for the ideas. So, you know, we have put forward in other committees this session an idea of creating some type of a Forest Resources Advisory Council. So I would put that forward. I can provide further information on that if that's something you'd like to hear more about at a future work session. Other ideas that have come about in other states, because we're not the only state that have had these issues. Wisconsin, also the Verso mill in Wisconsin shut down this past summer because of COVID, and they've had another mill. They're looking at a cooperative idea where a cooperative of loggers, truckers, and others are looking at taking over those mills. That is one idea I will also put on the table. And we're all ears. Obviously, we need low value sources or markets for our members. This is vital. You cannot manage a forest without weeding the forest, and to grow high value products, you need to weed out the low value products, and you need markets for that. You can't do it for free.
Mr. Duran, can I ask that you wrap it up?
I will.
15 seconds. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. And I'll just say lastly, there was a question about what has happened with value as a result of the loss of markets. We can't speak to prices because of antitrust, but I will tell you that about a 30% reduction, and that's enormous. And most loggers are delivering softwood pulp for less than it costs them to produce it. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Representative Hasselpuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Duran, I'm curious about the co-ops and how that might work. So if you could speak to that for a minute, or I'm happy to just see any of the other literature that you might have on that.
Sure. So there have been some successful cooperatives. They started in Canada in the 1980s, where communities were seeing certain mills were essentially going to go out of business. And we're not there. I'm not saying that is happening at any of the current mills. And just like Director Denico mentioned, I don't want to start a food fight here. But again, they started in Canada with some sawmills, some communities purchased those mills. Out in Wisconsin right now, there's a group of loggers and truckers who are looking at potentially purchasing a mill to run it. And so if we were to get to that scenario at some point, I'm just throwing that idea on the table. USDA in the federal government has actually a cooperative program that they run, and it's predominantly been run for agricultural products. There are obviously successful cooperatives here in Maine for selling agricultural products, but it can be extended to the mill side. And again, it's not meant to subvert or to try to compete against the private sector. It's really a last resort, so that groups that could come together potentially to purchase something, if that mill is not going to be continued under private ownership, it can be an idea that can be explored. So again, there's a lot of literature. Happy to provide it to the committee if you'd like to see it, and also connect you to USDA and the folks that run that program if it's something you wanted to explore.
And Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dan, on what happened on the J Mill? Why wouldn't insurance have covered to replace the digester? And what could be done if maybe even a co-op or an incentive plan to get another digester, to get the price back up, to get the use of the wood? This seems like that would be a big help for the state.
Good question, Senator Searway. So for your former question regarding Pixel and their intentions and insurance, I can't speak to that. That's a business decision from their perspective. Whether or not the insurance covered the complete replacement, I don't know. So I really can't speak to that. They've made a conscientious business decision at this point that rebuilding was not in their favor, but they may revisit that in the future. At the current time, it sounds like they're able to deliver craft pulp from other facilities or purchase pulp from other facilities, and that meets their business decision. So that that's completely in the realm of Pixel. In terms of your second question, certainly, if there was interest in helping any mill in the state, whether it's to divest of an asset or to look at a more streamlined approach, I think all ideas should be put on the table and certainly could be considered and pursued if they made business sense. But I also want to be clear that cooperatives are great ideas. They can be utilized, they can be pursued. I think that they have to be pursued so that they're not looked at as augmenting or trying to consume a business component of another. They're really a last resort in order to protect a rural community or a current industry.
Chair recognizes Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Duran, for being here again. My question is about co-ops, and really it's just a request for information that you have that might be an area for us to explore further.
Sure. Happy to, again, I as I mentioned before with Representative Hasselpuss, happy to provide some information to the committee for work session connections to USDA. It might be of interest to hear from USDA and their cooperative program and the work that they've done already with the state of Wisconsin on this cooperative idea out there. That might be something for a future work session you may want to hear more about. But again, I can pass along things that I have. And nothing, I just want to be clear, nothing has been pursued here in the state of Maine at this point with respect to a cooperative. I'm just throwing that idea out there because it certainly has merit and has been successful in Quebec and in Ontario, and is now being pursued in Wisconsin.
And while we're looking at a concept draft with a lot of information coming in, I think that's a card that we should have in our hand as well.
Sure, absolutely. Yep.
Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. Mr. Duran, this is not my world, so walk me through. I feel like I'm missing a piece here. So it sounds like, according to Mr. Danico, over the last decade, the price for soft pulp wood has fallen significantly from in the 400s for a tractor trailer load to, after the explosion at the J Mill, to $30 a tractor load. Where I'm confused is I heard Commissioner Johnson say that the price has been steadily falling for paper, but going up for building material. But what I thought I heard was that the price really fell when the J Mill could no longer make cellulose for paper. And that there's a market outside the state. So help me understand, the price in general is falling, the use of paper is falling, but it is the inability to make the raw material for paper that is causing the collapse in price here. I feel like I'm missing a couple pieces.
Sure. No, a great question. And it obviously is a complicated environment. So pricing for any commodity is subject to supply and demand. And in Maine, specific to softwood, the utilization of softwood pulp, we've seen with the situation with Pixel and the J Mill from last year, the loss of Madison, the loss of Bucksport, the loss of East Millinocket, the loss of Millinocket, and I can go on. We've seen essentially a 2 million to 2.5 million ton reduction in the consumption of softwood pulp in the state in the last decade. And so when you see that kind of reduction in consumption, obviously it's supply and demand. You're not going to pay, if you're a mill consuming wood and you're using softwood pulp, and there are still a few that use some in the state, and we're glad to have all of them. They don't have to, there's not as much demand for that resource. And so as a result, they do not have to pay as much for that resource. When, that full 2.5 million tons of softwood pulp was fully utilized going back to 2014, 2013, the price was a lot higher because the demand was a lot higher. So it's economics. Softwood pulp does not convey to what's happening in building construction at this point. Certainly when you cut a tree, that tree is going to have some component that's saw log and some component that's pulp. So right now you're able to cut the saw logs and sell the saw logs, but you can't sell that pulp. And there's really no direct correlation between what's happening in building construction and what we're seeing for pricing on softwood pulp. It is simply supply and demand economics. Does that answer your question, Representative Geiger?
I think so. So what you're saying is that with the drop in demand for paper, there is no translation of soft pulpwood into the building industry at this point.
That is correct. And again, let me be clear. We've had a drop in paper, and that's what most softwood pulp was being used for in this state leading up until about 2018. In 2018, you saw major investment in utilization of softwood pulp. The Pixel Mill, the J Mill, was on track to basically go from using 300,000 tons of softwood pulp to 1 million tons. So that was a great sign because they were converting from a paper, a coated paper that's used in office applications. They were converting to a paperboard product, which is used in food packaging. And so that's a good sign. Nine Dragons bought the Rumford Mill and the Old Town Mill. Again, they were buying those mills to buy softwood pulp to then use for a different type of paper product, not an office product. So they were converting to other products, and that's a good sign. That J Mill explosion went from, basically 100 miles an hour to zero in less than an hour. And so that's when the bottom has fallen out, when you lose that type of consumption, even though they're converting to a different product it's not office paper.
Thank you so much. That's helpful.
Yep.
And Chair recognizes Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dorn, how much of this is a transportation problem? And I ask that question because, Maine is a very large state, and it's not economically feasible to take a pulp truck from, the northern Maine woods to Jay, for instance, and so how much thought has there been given into how centralized these processing facilities need to be?
So great question. And that has been part of our charge with our Forest Opportunity Roadmap, or For Maine, that I mentioned before. We have a transportation committee, and we are taking a look at how do we make things more efficient to more efficiently move raw product or even value-added product that's moving from the mills. You'd be surprised how far raw forest products move in this state. There was wood that was moving from Aroostook County that went to the J Mill. There's still wood from Aroostook County that goes to Sappi, Skowhegan. There's wood that goes all the way to Rumford that moves from Aroostook County. And it moves by truck because it has to. Rail has not proven to be a good way in this state to be able to move raw forest products. Loggers can't rely upon rail to move it in an expeditious amount of time, nor can the mills. We've tried, they still try. We will continue to try. All ideas are on the table. So it just hasn't been a cost-effective way of moving the product. But we're, again, all ideas are on the table with respect to transportation. This isn't just a transportation problem. Logging in Maine, and I didn't give you the statistics. I know I've been in front of this committee before, so I didn't want to be redundant. There are 3,900 jobs in logging and trucking in this state alone. There's just over 30,000 in the overall forest products economy. So, you're looking at basically 20% of the total jobs are tied to logging and trucking. So when you take, this amount of volume out, regardless of where the wood comes from, there are jobs that are impacted. And that's not just trucking, it's also logging. So did I answer your question, Representative Hassenfuss?
Yeah, I think that was sufficient.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much, Mr. Dorn.
Great, thank you very much.
And welcome. Is it pronounced Mr. Strauch?
Very good. It's a K sound on the end, but yep, I'll answer to anything.
One second, I think I missed Senator Searway. Senator Searway, were you trying to get a question in for Mr. Dorn?
Well, I was, but I could probably ask Mr. Strout. He'll probably answer it. So I'll let him do his little spiel, and then we'll
come back. All right. Sorry about that. And if that's not adequate, we could ask Mr. Dorn to come back.
Yeah.
So welcome, and you have the committee's attention.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and distinguished members of the IDEA Committee. My name's Patrick Strauch. I live in Exeter, Maine, forester by training, and I'm the executive director of the Maine Forest Products Council. I try and represent the spectrum of landowners, loggers, and manufacturers, and together they all contribute about $8 billion in economic stimulus to the state, with about 33,000 jobs. And I represent about 8.5 million acres of commercial forest land too. So there's a lot of interests in what's going on. And this group, I appreciate Representative Ducharme's concept to explore this issue further. As a council, we recognized with ongoing mill closures along the Penobscot River that we were going to have disrupted markets, and that we needed an industry to get above all this and to have a strategic plan. So I thought today I'd just describe briefly that kind of process that we went through and where we're at, and I'd be glad to answer any questions, because you can see there are so many pieces to this business, it gets complicated. But building the strategic plan was something that we partnered with the University of Maine with initially. We had a joint resolution from the legislature. I guess it was 2016. I put 2018, but time has been flying. U.S. Senators Angus King and Susan Collins were also concerned about mill closures. We joined with other trade associations like Dana's and the Woodlot owners and the Maine Development Foundation, BioBase Maine, University of Maine, MTI. And so we created this, what we call the For Maine Project, funded by the U.S. Economic Development Agency, to build this kind of strategic plan to get really trying to get ahead. And the goal of this group was one of them was to build Maine's $8.5 billion industry into a $12 billion industry by 2025. We were on a favorable trajectory with over $1 billion invested in capital improvements in the mills that were left. And wood consumption in 2019 increased by pulpwood consumption by 28% over 2018 levels. So things were on a good track. COVID hit, Pixel digester, and we lost markets. And to this day, we're trying to stabilize those. So any part of a strategic plan has a sustainability component that I've mentioned here. And what are the things we looked at in terms of modeling and being prepared for any kind of contingencies in the supply of wood? Was it sustainable? We looked at global markets. We figured out what are the kinds of things that we should be diversifying our portfolio in. We have actually diversified our pulp and paper industries well. We need to continue to do it. But the mills that are here now are working towards getting into packaging, labels, tissue. Certainly we all remember tissues during COVID, and the machines and those paper mills were going nonstop. So we looked at what are the kinds of products that we can get, and that a global assessment was done, looking at current wood projects and emerging wood products. So I could describe that a little bit more.
Chair,
Yeah.
can I ask that you wrap it up?
Say, isn't it? Yeah, okay. You could ask me more about Maine market attraction and what's happening with DECD and Maine and Company. And we have a report by the Workforce Development Committee that I'd be glad to answer questions on. So the bottom line is keeping Maine's forests is connected to markets, it's connected to communities, which is a big part of the For Maine projects. So good markets provide recreation, wildlife management, and a host of opportunities for a variety of public values on private land. So you've tapped into a big issue. I appreciate the opportunity to share some of our thinking about alternative markets for wood products and support the committee's ongoing discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strout. So I have the economic development plan in front of me, and nanocellulose, it shows up all over it, lots of different places. Can you expand a little bit as to what what in kind of the new markets that you're hoping to diversify, that the forest products industry will be able to further diversify?
Well, I think it's right that we've got a strong core group of products in sawn lumber, oriented strand board, pulp and paper as that diversifies into other packaging. We've identified laminated veneer lumber as an area, and actually I'm hearing rumors of a veneer mill coming to Maine. And medium density fiberboard is something that we could use as well, which is a lot of the IKEA furniture has that kind of product in it. But when you get into emerging markets, you've got cross-laminated timber, which we talked about briefly. Nanocellulose is really one of the central and core opportunities, and we're fortunate to have the center of research on that be the University of Maine. So they hold the keys to nanocellulose. We can use nanocellulose in a variety of applications, including bone replacement, prosthetic bones that are replaced in the body, as well as concrete strengtheners and paper strengtheners as well. Dissolving pulp is where we get a lot of clothing that's actually part of the dissolving pulp market made from those fibers, And then you're hearing more and more about fuels through cellulosic sugars that are being developed, and many different companies doing that. And we're already heating with pyrolysis oil at Bates College, and of course the GoLab insulating wood fiber. So that the strategy is to diversify our economy, build. Certainly the biggest gains are going to be for the expansion of our current large manufacturers, and LP's expansion into recently announced is a huge kind of positive thing that's happening in the market. But all of this needs, I think, finessing. We've come to the legislature with requests, and you've been very helpful when we talk about challenge grants through MTI. We've had Rural Development Authority funded, approved by the legislature. We had a bio-based chemicals bill that you folks approved, and we're working on an investment seed capital kind of project too that will help with investments in proven areas where we can grow and diversify.
Great, thank you. Chair recognizes Senator
Sure.
Seaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I look at this bill, I'm thinking incentivize, forest products to be used, and so that way it would drive the money up a little bit to help all avenues because right now it's kind of like the dairy farming, it's kind of goes parallel with that right now. I think the milk market's so low that the farmers aren't able to survive, and the same thing with the forest products is very similar. And I'm thinking, is there a way to incentivize, even putting in a digester, for these mills to get them on board? Or is there a way to, I think the key is trying to get more productions and utilize the wood that we have. So how do we do that?
Yeah, well, I think, you got to create a good investment climate for these mills to be encouraged to expand. That's your quickest, taking care of the customers you have is the best strategy. And so we need to be thinking about what are the impediments. I was listening to a bill that might increase the regulations for emissions of air and for emissions of water. And so we got to be careful about that. We've got to we got to realize we want manufacturers here and think about those issues carefully. And we are. We want to know what else is out there. We know we've got probably enough softwood to support another pulp mill. Will we get another pulp mill? I'm not sure. That's a tall order to locate a facility these days. So you think about how can we encourage our current markets, our current businesses to expand the use of softwood, and it's starting to happen. We are also seeing more use of softwood, what we might call pulpwood in the past, in the sawlog industry. Part of the increase when Pixel dropped its 1.5 to 2 million tons, we also had in the meantime increased markets. Our sawlog capacity increased, with Pleasant River alone increasing production in their facilities and building a new sawmill. We have a sawmill up in the north part of the country, and that small diameter wood is being made into dimension lumber. One old sawmiller said he could make a 2x4 out of a 3-inch top tree, and somehow they're stretching them and bending them and starting to do that. But so it's not all negative. We just need all things to line up. We need to get through the crisis of the major disruption in the market and build markets. GoLab is a pretty good example. I think we're going to have to get used to the idea of 250,000 ton facilities that can be expanded to 500,000 ton facilities. and thinking we're going to have 1.5 million ton facilities come online, that's a harder sell, and it's not a bad idea to kind of diversify that market some more too, so we're insulated.
Just to follow up, how's the biomass? Is that helping at all? I mean, as far as usage, and I mean, they kind of did a stimulus plan with biomass, and that's what I'm kind of thinking on the other end. But
that was an interesting time when we did stimulus with, well, I'm thinking of way back, the federal government stimulated biomass. They didn't realize how much biomass was used in Maine. And so poke chips were starting to go into biomass because of a distorted incentive. So it's something you have to be careful about. But biomass markets, I think in-woods biomass is once you take the log and the pulpwood out, you've got tree limbs and tops. That was our biomass market, plus mill residuals from sawmills. And you've got to have both of those markets functioning. And the burning wood to create energy, those standalone biomass plants, we lost, if we were at 3 million tons of biomass burning, we're down to 1 million tons of that market right now. So it's kind of a double whammy. It's not a lot of money in biomass, but it was a way to be able to get rid of wood residuals that diversified the market and helped keep loggers whole as well as landowners. We're looking at building smaller size combined heat and power plants at sawmills. There's a bill of that nature in the Utilities Committee, and that will right size power plants to mill residuals and strengthen the long-term viability of the sawmill market too. So lots of things going on that this committee can certainly be aware of.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Strauss, where are we on the number 2 fuel oil from forest products? Is that something that's viable and in the future?
Yeah, there's a couple of things going on. Ensign Fuels, this pyrolysis oil is an Ensign fuel company that makes it, but pyrolysis oil is kind of the bunker fuel type category, and that's currently being used at Bates College in 2 of their several boilers that they have. We know that if we can, and it's coming from Quebec at a plant, a refinery located near a sawmill up there. It's a matter of, can you build the market demand for the product in Maine to justify building a refinery here, is something that we're working on right now. The fuel biofuels are, there's a company in Orono connected with the university, but now independent, that's looking for capital and has done work with Dead River company and doing trials of home heating fuel oil. So it's getting at your number 2 oil. And that's looking promising, and they're putting together investors, and they have an offtake agreement with Sprague Energy, who's a big distributor of fuel. So we're seeing that develop. And one of the things that we're having a challenge with is a renewable fuel standard, which is an incentive at the federal level to get involved with fuel mixing. You can use these products in a mixture and get a federal credit, but they don't recognize our naturally regenerated forests just by a bureaucratic mess up. So we're working with the congressional delegation to get Maine's woods to qualify for a renewable fuel standard, just like the plantations of the southern part of the state. And that will help spur some development up here with those products too. So again, it's going to be a lot of different incentives. We're fortunate in that we're in the, I didn't mention it, but the governor has been promoting, and we've been looking at it. we're repackaging ourselves to be part of the global bioeconomy. That's what's being discussed throughout the world. And we're bringing in people from other parts of the world to look at Maine for some of these products. But yesterday's 2x4 is today's, carbon friendly building material. It's we're doing the same thing in some instances and repackaging the products we make. We're replacing plastic with paper food packaging, but there's also this nanocellulose and new developments for wood that are really they're in demand throughout the world because we want to replace petroleum or supplement petroleum in concrete products and steel products. These wood has a lot better carbon footprint going forward, so we need to market that.
Chair recognizes Representative Bernard.
Thank you very much, Senator. This may be too big a question to even ask, but it's in my head. So when the explosion happened, and I think I heard Pixel decided not to pursue putting in another digester. Is there any program that the state could have talked to Pixel about? Because part of their decision obviously was this is not in our best business interest. So my question is, could the state have reached out and offered any help in that regard? Or is there such a program that exists that could have taken place?
I know the DECD and the governor's office was very much involved when that happened in expressing any kind of assistance that they could to help the Pixel situation. I think in the final analysis, they had to look at the capital expense and the availability of pulp on the market so that they could continue their paper operations, and that seemed to be the best decision at the time. You need, and remember, we're in the middle of COVID, as we're not quite through it, but we're getting there. So that was a huge factor in making a corporate decision as well. I'm sure people are thinking about how to replace that digester. What could we do to help? You have to have a business decision or a good business plan in order to do that. And the trouble is that pulp's available on the market right now. So I'm not aware of a federal program that would have replaced the purchase of that digester, but maybe I'm sure Heather Johnson had Director Commissioner Johnson would have found that program if it was available. But so I think everybody tried really hard. Keep in mind, some of that slack is picked up in the Old Town mill, where spruce and fir consumption has gone up, and in the sawmills, as I mentioned, and in general, Rumford picked up a little bit more of that slack too. So there's a lot of dynamics going on right now in terms of that supply, but there's no question there is a lot of wood on the market. We certainly know our saw log mills can't saw enough wood right now, but again, it's demand is high, capacity to saw is low, and supply is plentiful. So the whole supply chain is still out of whack, even with strong lumber markets. It will balance out, hopefully. But again, the key is markets and diversity, and that's what we're trying to focus on in the long haul to get ahead of all of this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Chairman Curry. I just had a question because I hear about Pixel operating using dry pulp, I think it's called. Is there kind of like a time frame, or perhaps that they can operate using dry pulp before they have to go back to wet pulp? Is that because I know that they can't operate long term on that, right?
I don't know. I'd have to check that out. I'm not familiar with it. I have just about every pulp mill in Maine and is a part of our organization, so I'll check and see on that question.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Mr. Strzok.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Ms. Breton, is there anyone else in the attendee room that is seeking to give testimony?
I do not have anybody else signed up for this bill.
Seeing no further folks here to give testimony, we will close the public hearing on LD 768. At this point, I'd like to open the hearing on LD 913 and we will take a very big shift in topic, enact the Maine Data Collection Protection Act. And Representative Hassenfuss, this is your bill, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. It seems to be today.
You have the
is
committee's attention.
Committee member bill morning. Anyways.
Yes.
First off, I wanted to thank everybody who's been working super hard on this bill, and inform the committee. For those of you who don't know, the bill as drafted, the current original draft from the revisor's office of LD 913 has quite possibly some constitutional concerns. There's a case in the First Circuit right now that's currently working through that. And so I've decided that I'm not going to put forward that text of the bill. Instead, there is an amendment that has been put forward, and Ms. Olson, I've been working with Ms. Olson to get that in a state where we can put it out publicly. Ms. Olson, do you want to share that with the committee if they're interested in seeing that, or I'll defer to you, Mr. Chair, whether you want to review that amendment before the hearing or just have the hearing.
Let's just go ahead with the hearing. We'll open up the public hearing is open. And so go ahead and give your testimony. You can talk through what that amendment does. And if you would like Ms. Olson, she can email it out to everybody. But tend not to do the screen sharing on the public hearings.
Yeah, and I will say that based on who signed up for the public hearing, I believe everybody on there has seen the amended version, except for possibly Brent Smoyer. I'm happy to share that with you, Mr. Smoyer, if you'd like, but everybody else on there, I believe I've been in contact with to give them the amendment to it. So with that background, imagine that you are leasing a house and your lease expires tomorrow. Your landlord calls you and says, the lease expires, I expect you to be out tomorrow. What would you do? I know I certainly wouldn't be able to get out of the house that quickly. And I know a lot of people have been in this situation before where everything has been fine. They've been great renters, but for one reason or another, maybe the landlord wants to sell the house or has different plans. They ask them to be out either with a 30-day notice or the lease is expired and the individual just doesn't have enough time to get out. They decide to go to court to try to resolve the case in court through agreement or otherwise. And in some cases, that record can stick around with them for a very long time. Currently, Maine court, with the exception of Bangor, don't place the records online. That is going to change soon. And that's what the impetus of this bill is from, is that we want to make sure that everybody has had their right to due process and had their opportunity for the court to decide the facts of the case before it's published online, which can essentially give them a black mark forever. This bill, as currently amended, is intended to make sure that happens. And judgments that are resolved by agreement are decided for the defendant were due to the hardships of COVID-19, were assessed by default or no fault evictions, as well as a few other types, would not be uploaded into the newly developed online court system. And instead the court would the court would keep these records in-house as is currently been done and has been past practice since the beginning of case records. You will learn from those following me that the mere fact that an eviction case was filed against a person can effectively blacklist them from obtaining housing and make it harder to obtain consumer credit. You'll hear how critical it is that as legislators, we do everything we can to keep court records from being broadcast for an easy name search where the person reviewing the data may know nothing about the case other than a case has been filed. As we've seen in other states that have entered similar data online, it's very often the case that defendants are labeled undesirable for years, making housing nearly impossible and much more expensive. The mere fact that a case has been filed against an individual should not be held against them, unless there's been a finding of fact by a judge. There's a presumption of innocence in our court system, and we should maintain that presumption through our records in what we put online. Additionally, in addition to the FED cases, the eviction cases, this bill also addresses small claim proceedings, which can involve anything from collections of road association dues to bills from local businesses, and even discrepancies on whether or not a money is owed or was rightfully charged. So simply placing small claims court filings online across the state is, I think something that could be harmful to the privacy of a lot of individuals beyond, these eviction issue. And you'll also hear from Ms. Quinlan at the courts in that the court procedure is pretty close to what this bill is asking to do. So it'll change the court procedure a little bit, but essentially we'll be codifying in statute that the legislature, who has the authority to determine what files are, categorized as private, semi-private, or completely open and online, has made a policy decision that these certain cases should be held at the courthouse and not put onto the online filing system. And you will hear from her, and I'm hoping that this committee can work well with the courts to figure out how best to implement this. And I don't need to take up any more of the committee's time because there are great individuals following me who know a lot more about this than I do, who can really speak on the traumatic effect that some of these court records can have on housing and consumer credit, as well as how to implement this and how we can do this through the court system without causing any undue burden on them. So with that, I will open it up to this committee for questions. And as you all know, I love questions, and I would much rather answer your questions than present my synopsis. So
Thank you very much, Representative Hasselfuss. Chair recognizes Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Hasselfuss. Just some kind of housekeeping here. You mentioned that the original bill had some constitutionality issues potentially. I'm guessing that this came through kind of with the AG's opinion. I'm wondering if you've been working with them on the amendment, where they stand, and if you're not aware, if we can be sure to have an AG opinion for the work session.
Yes, I have sent the draft to the AG's office, and we'll begin, I'll be meeting with them again, and we'll be getting an opinion on this second one, which, based on the research I've done and some of the other persons testifying here, I don't feel that this has nearly the same constitutional concerns as what the previous bill had.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess the big word here is accountability. It sounds like, in a lot of bills I've heard this year, they want to get rid of records so that somebody can't see what their records are. But when it comes to like law enforcement, they want all those records so they know how they can destroy this person. So I'm kind of concerned when I hear these bills because it seems like it's just trying to hide something. And when there is a responsibility when they don't do certain things, and if they get foreclosed on or whatever, there's a reason why it happened. And so if we hide these records, it doesn't help as far as to see if the person's going to be responsible for the next situation. So I'm very concerned. Yeah.
Are you moving towards the question?
I am. I'm saying, so how do we, the question is, if you don't show the records, how do we show accountability and responsibility?
Thank you for that question, Senator Searway. And we show accountability by showing the determination that the judge found against the defendant. When you read through this bill, if there is a finding of fact where the judge has found against the defendant and there was not an agreement, it was not worked out by the parties that, they would, extend whatever that arrangement would be, then there's the accountability that will be online, and that would only be removed 3 years later. But what this bill is trying to do is say, we want you to know what actually happened. So in there you said, your question was, how do we know what this person did? Well, we don't. For instance, if you were the subject of an eviction proceeding because after, in my original hypothetical, after you were told by your landlord that your lease expires in a day, and if you're not out tomorrow, I'm going to sue you, go to court. Well, you could have been a great renter, and you could have made a very amicable agreement in court, but that's not what the person searching the records cares about. They just want to see if your name was on the docket. Have you ever had a case filed against you? And there's many individuals who have had cases filed against them when they did absolutely nothing wrong, or when there is a reasonable defense that can be asserted, was asserted and was resolved either in favor of the defendant or, through agreement of the parties. And this is saying that, if you want to find out what actually happened, we're requiring these individuals to find out what actually happened. You can't search online, find a docket and say, oh, this person, had a plaintiff file a complaint against them. And that's not enough. You can go to the courthouse and do that, but you can't do that online. That being said, if a judge did say, yes, you were wrong, and the plaintiff is right, then that will be available online for anybody to see.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Let's see, we'll now, looking in the attendee list, and Ms. Breton, if you could shift over Maureen Boston. Is Maureen Boston? There you go. Welcome, Ms. Boston.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Kerry, Representative Roberts, and the members of the committee for my time this morning. My name is Maureen Boston, and I'm the Director of Intake at Pine Tree Legal Assistance, and I'm here today in support of LD 913. One of my primary responsibilities at Pine Tree is to manage our intake system, to help triage the calls that come in and make decisions about which cases we're going to take, who we're going to give advice to, and who we're going to refer to other resources. In 2020, we triaged almost 6,000 phone calls. And one of my least favorite calls that we get is when someone calls because they've been denied housing, especially because of court records. It's usually, or it's often an old court record, 10, 20 years old, where the person's life has substantially changed since that time. Sometimes it's not correct, it's the wrong person, or it's didn't even happen at all. And sometimes it's a complete misunderstanding of what happened, as Representative Hatzenfuss has described. The reason why I dislike these calls is because there's not a lot a tenant can do when they've been denied housing. In subsidized housing, there are limited rules about when landlords can deny or approve applications, but in private housing, the only rules out there are the housing discrimination laws, which don't even apply to every landlord. So sometimes landlords can't deny people because they're a member of a protected class. But other than that, they are free to deny people for misunderstandings of information, for really old court records. A landlord could deny someone because they were evicted in 1975 if they really wanted to. What we hear over and over again is stories about how difficult it is for people on fixed income to find housing. And it is even more difficult when you have a court record in your history. This is especially true for people of color and women who are statistically more likely to both live in poverty and face eviction. We hear from people over and over again who are spending months and months to find housing because they keep being denied, even if they have good references from past landlords. For most of history, this information has had really limited availability. You had to walk into the courtroom to look at the file. But as you've heard, the Maine courts are putting the records online, which means that this information is available to anyone around the world at any time of day. The rules of electronic court records limit some types of evictions that will appear, but much of what we're talking about today is not included. So someone who has a no fault eviction, no cause eviction, you come to an agreement with your landlord, or you win your case. Some of those records will still appear in the court online database. Restricting the information that applies online will also limit the access companies that are out there have who scrub data from online databases and then sell it to landlords. And we find that those records can be court, and the state has very little control over what those records will say. Obtaining affordable housing during COVID has also become more difficult. In addition to the number of Mainers who have faced a reduction in income, the booming housing market means that landlords are selling buildings and looking to evict tenants, and more landlords are raising rents. People who are facing evictions because of those situations will have an eviction on their record that will follow them indefinitely. Most court records in Maine are permanent. There's no way to make them go away, and there's
Boston. Hi. If you could wrap it up in the next 10, 15 seconds. Thank you.
Yes, so LD 913 would help low-income Mainers from having their court records follow them indefinitely, making stable housing more available where it's needed. So on behalf of Pine Tree, again, thank you for your time, and I'd ask that you support LD 913.
Any questions for Ms. Boston? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I will ask Ms. Breton, can you bring in Anna Brewer? Welcome. Welcome. No, we can't hear you yet. Not yet. It doesn't look like, now you're muted. Do you have a different microphone? Are you able to shift to a different microphone? We'll try that.
I'm so sorry. Can you hear me now?
That works great. Yes, there's no way for you to pre-test this, so we're used to this.
Okay. So good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and esteemed members of the IDEA committee. My name is Anna Brewer, and I'm a team leader at Preble Street, a human services anti-poverty agency operating dozens of programs throughout the state to address the needs of people experiencing homelessness, poverty, and hunger. I am here today to testify on behalf of Preble Street in support of LD 913, an act to enact the Maine Data Collection Protection Act. At Preble Street, many of our programs focus on connecting people experiencing homelessness to the housing that they need. In our everyday work as caseworkers, we see how previous eviction records can make it nearly impossible for people to find a place to live. When people are evicted and unable to secure new housing due to their eviction record, they are thrust into homelessness, which is an incredibly stressful and traumatic experience. What's worse is that many low-income Mainers who get evicted are evicted at no fault of their own. This includes when buildings are sold or when rents are raised such that existing tenants cannot afford to stay. Preble Street also works with people who become homeless after getting evicted due to loss of income. This can be caused by things such as major illness, getting laid off, breakdown in relationship, and more. However, these stories are not told when a potential landlord sees that these individuals have an eviction on their record. They are simply denied with no chance to explain. Lastly, the stigma of prior eviction filings disproportionately harms tenants who are people of color. According to Pine Tree Legal Assistance, tenants of color disproportionately face eviction filings in Maine. This reflects nationwide data documenting that the practice of denying housing based on prior eviction filings disproportionately harms people of color, specifically Black women. The fact of the matter is that eviction records only skim the surface of the situations leading up to housing loss, and those situations far outnumber the two examples I just highlighted. Were there to be a tenant blacklist in Maine, people in situations like the ones I described here could end up homeless for longer periods of time, as they could be denied again and again for their previous eviction records. Preventing tenant blacklists is critical to ensuring that low-income Mainers have access to safe and affordable housing. Preble Street urges you to vote ought to pass on LD 913. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Brewer, I have a question for you. I do know some landlords, and one of their greatest fears is accepting a problematic renter. And so they want as much information as they can. Most landlords I know have, less than 3 units that they're renting, and so it's a very small operation. How is this balancing that need? I also know folks who have become homeless, and so I resonate with that. How does this balance the need for the landlords to have enough information to make a decision, and also prevent folks that are being lumped in or being inaccurately included in with negative information? That's a rambling question. Go do your best.
And I do think some people after me can also answer it well, maybe better than me, but I do think there is an important distinction to draw, that this has to do with eviction, or there's another part of the bill that I'm blanking on, but this has to do specifically with eviction records and not criminal records, that criminal records are still accessible. And that's a whole nother conversation I could have at another time. But I do think that that is an important distinction, that if people are engaging in criminal behavior in their apartment, that sort of record is going to be accessible to a future landlord, whereas evictions can happen for so many reasons that don't include criminal behavior and can be of no fault to the tenant. So I'm sure I didn't totally answer your question, but I'm hopeful that some of the people coming after me can answer more thoroughly.
Well, I'm sure those are the questions the committee is getting at, so we're kind of picking at this. So thank you very much. So seeing no other questions, thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll now ask for Adam Cohen to be shifted into the panelist. Welcome, Mr. Cohen.
Hi,
You have our attention.
Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, members of the committee. Thank you for the time to speak today on the issue. My name is Adam Cohen. I am a fellow with the Maine Affordable Housing Coalition. We are here today to speak in support of LD 913. The Maine Affordable Housing Coalition is a diverse coalition of more than 135 private and public sector organizations This includes developers, architects, engineers, builders, investors, community action programs, advocates, public housing authorities. We have a fairly strong landlord representation among our group. And I think, we understand evictions are sometimes necessary. And we also, I think, understand the importance of seeing certain types of records when accepting a tenant. And, going to your question, Senator Searway, I think it's more than just accountability. Sometimes it's, a particular housing provider may not be able to offer the types of supports or other things that an individual needs to live safely and comfortably. And so we totally understand that. But on the other hand, I think that what LD 913 is doing here, and I think it's an important distinction, it's not totally shielding or hiding any types of records. What it's doing is it's protecting against the unintended consequences that would come as a result of these records becoming widely available online. And I think that it's problematic for a couple of reasons. I have spent the past year traveling to courthouses all around the state. The Maine Affordable Housing Coalition has just released a couple of reports on eviction data throughout the state. So we traveled, we looked through, I think I'm up to close to 3,000 records now of eviction filings in 2020. And what I saw is two things. Number one, eviction cases are really complex. The most often, outcome is that there's some type of an agreement between the landlord and tenant. Sometimes it's well documented in the case files, what is actually going on, what's actually happening. Other times it's kind of unclear. And I think that having the access to those records without having a clerk present to be able to kind of answer questions as to what's actually going on would lead to tenants ending up on blacklists for something that they may not be at fault for having done. I think the second reason that it's important to protect against some records, the ones included in the bill going online, is that eviction cases last beyond the entry of an eviction judgment often. The agreement the landlord and tenant provide often will give the tenant a couple more weeks to be able to move out, or will call for a payment plan in which the tenant will pay back arrearages over a 6-month period. Usually the agreements include a provision where the tenant can go back and have the judgment vacated after they meet the terms of those agreements. But by having these case records available widely online, again, I think tenants can end up on these blacklists when they're fully complying with the terms of those agreements.
Mr. Cohen, can I have you wrap up the next couple of sentences?
Yeah, thank you. Right, so I think just finishing on the last point, I think that it's a messy set of case files, and I think that you want to make sure you're getting the correct information online. So I would urge you to support LD 913, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And thank you. And I see that you included your report in your testimony as well.
I did, yeah. We would be happy to speak more about you with some of the findings.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Cohen? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that's the one challenge with our system. As soon as you click a link on our list of attendees, then we lose it. So 1 second, I'm getting back.
Would you like the next one, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please. Can you invite?
Yes. Next up, we have Mr. Frank D'Alessandro.
Welcome, Mr. D'Alessandro.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Frank D'Alessandro, and I'm the Litigation and Policy Director of Maine Equal Justice. Maine Equal Justice supports LD 913 because we must prevent tenant blacklists from coming to Maine. The benefits of moving court records online shouldn't come at the expense of housing opportunities for low-income Mainers. Maine's court records show when legal actions have been filed against Mainers for evictions or debt collection, but they are often misinterpreted. When it comes to evictions, the moment a case is filed, the tenant has a permanent eviction record. It doesn't matter if a tenancy had lasted decades, ended amicably with a court agreement, or if the court ruled in favor of the tenant. An eviction record can burden a tenant's housing search for life. LD 913 simple protections will ensure that online court records don't unfairly prevent Mainers from getting housing. The experience in other states is that once records go online, there's a seismic shift on the impact it has on tenants. I've cited to a number of studies in my testimony, but it basically results in tenants becoming blacklisted regardless of the outcome of the case. Maine's online court records will allow anyone to quickly search court records using only a person's name. Clicking on an individual's eviction record leads to the case information. Unlike in the paper file, which includes the notice and other documents, that information may not be available. And I just want to point out is that once a bill becomes public, once a record becomes public, it's for all practical purposes always public. It's hard to get it back off the internet. And so it's really critical that these protections go into effect immediately immediately. Also, I want to point out that this bill does not restrict or deny access to landlords or others. For example, this bill, we're actually expanding access. Some records will be online and some won't, but all records will still be available at the courthouse where they are now. And the other thing that hasn't really been touched on yet is the reliability of the records that people rely upon in making these decisions. And so right now, credit reporting agencies often report court judgments. Right now, all three major credit reporting agencies were sued for the unreliability of those records and are currently under consent judgments which prevent them from even reporting those records in their credit reports. Finally, online records will result in discriminatory barriers for Black Mainers and other tenants of color. This is something that we need to really work hard in avoiding. And as you all know, the state of Maine invests significant resources to help families facing eviction stay in their home and avoid homelessness. We should not, through online records, make it much more difficult for those tenants to access housing or remain in their homes. And Maine Equal Justice strongly supports LD 913, and we strongly urge you to vote ought to pass. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee members? Seeing none. Thank you. Ms. Breton, could you, I think we have Mr. Martineau scheduled or registered. Is Mr. Martineau in the attendee list?
Do not see him in the attendee list.
I'm looking as well, yes. I'm looking at the attendee list. Is there anyone else in the attendee list who is seeking to give testimony in favor of this bill?
I think Mr. Smore, if I pronounce his name right, is.
Mr. Okay. No, he's giving testimony. He is listed against.
Oh.
So is there any, if you could raise your hand if you're in the attendee list looking to give testimony for, just double checking. And we will ask Mr. Smart, come on in.
He is currently in. There he
Okay.
is.
Welcome. Can you introduce yourself and let us know whether you're speaking for or against this bill?
Yes, sir. My name is Brent Smoyer, and I'm here to represent I'm the State Government Relations Director of the Professional Background Screening Association. Here to, well, I guess oppose 913 as it was originally written. Do look forward to seeing the amendment from Representative Hassenfuss, because I do think, at least judging from what I'm hearing from the other testifiers, that it may serve to alleviate a number of our concerns. Real quickly, because I have had to now adjust my testimony on the fly, did want to touch upon our original concerns, which simply the overbroad language in the initial draft. As it was written, we had reviewed it, and while the language seemed to set a financial tone, the bill as written would have actually encompassed so much more in terms of the use of government action or investigation, which arguably, especially in the eyes of a very active plaintiff's attorney or troublemakers in that vein, could be used to see reduction in access to criminal records for things like employment, landlord tenancy. Now understanding that, again, my hopes were met, that this was intended to be a credit-related and financial-related bill, would love to work with Representative Hassenfuss to achieve his goals and make sure that, of course, we can provide the services we do in terms of protecting public safety and ensuring that employers and landlords are bringing in folks who won't do damage to their existing employees, to their existing tenants, and to any of the volunteers that they would work with as well. So again, as long as the criminal record aspect is kind of off the table here and the intent is to go financial, very much open to switching our stance from opposed to support, and would hope to work with Representative Hassenfuss. I know we've dealt with a number of these issues. Of course, I do represent tenant screeners in this organization as well, and we've dealt with a number of these issues in terms of evictions and proper reporting of eviction data in other states, and have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly, and of course would love to help in that direction, because there is a balance to be struck. I believe Ms. Brewer said it exactly that way, between protection of both the folks renting the property and the folks who own the properties that we're dealing with. And of course, accuracy is naturally a major concern. I know Mr. D'Alessandro brought that up, and we are an entity very focused both internally and externally in dealing with the federal FCRA, the Maine FCRA, the CFPB, all the alphabet soup in Washington, D.C., to try and make sure that consumers are accurately and adequately represented in this process. So again, we'll just kind of switch our stance now to more of a neutral rather than opposition officially. And again, look forward to working with the committee and Representative Hassenfuss in terms of a final copy.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Smoyer? Seeing none, I trust you'll be reviewing the amendment and giving us feedback.
Yes, sir, I will. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And speaking neither for nor against, we have Mr. Lund from the Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection. Mr. Lund still with us?
He's coming in now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Lund.
Thank you very much. I'll have the shortest testimony of anyone today. I obviously submitted written testimony based on the original bill. That bill would have called for a registration program by our office. I was informed of the amendment, and I appreciate folks who let me know about that. My only concern was that the court system be involved in the review of the amendment, and I understand that has been taken care of. So, and I was just making sure today that you didn't reject the amendment and go back to the original bill, but I'm aware from my general dealings of the need and the concern for attention in this area, and I wish the committee the best of luck in going forward with the amendment.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, I'll ask for Ms. Quinlan to be join to be shifted into the group of panelists.
Have her in there twice. I think one
She-
might be
she-
a mobile device.
Or possibly she's on audio separately.
No,
Ms.
that's
Welcome.
actually my colleague, Catherine Wiltuck. Oh, and she's here. So she appears as Amy Quinlan as well.
I see. Are you both giving testimony?
We are, I'm going to begin with an introduction, and Catherine is here to answer questions, which is really our goal today.
Great, thank you. Welcome, Ms. Quinlan.
Thank you. Good after, I guess it's still morning. Good morning, Senator Curry and Representative Roberts and the esteemed members of the committee. We are here today to offer testimony neither for nor against LD 913. We have submitted written testimony, but our goal really here is not to weigh in on the policy concerns that have been addressed by several of the folks testifying today. Whether or not information should be confidential is really within your purview. But we did want to make clear what our e-filing system can do, and also address the substance of the rules of electronic court systems, which are in place to guide the filing of information as it comes into our court system. So the first thing I just wanted to say is that what we are talking about today is not a difference in information that would be available, but how it's available. So you are probably familiar with the e-filing and case management system that we are in the midst of implementing. There is a pilot program going on in the Bangor courts right now, and we're working through that. And there are many, many, many reasons why information needs to be digitized, and I won't go into that. But we did recognize when implementing this system that access to electronic files is different than in-person review. And so the judicial branch many years ago, predates me, predates actually my colleague Catherine Wiltuck, engaged in considerable dialogue about what that means. And many of the folks that have testified today are speaking to the balancing of interests. And so that was really the discussion, balancing public transparency and personal privacy. That is an ongoing discussion, and it is not an easy one to determine. But I wanted to make clear that what REX does is really break information into the rules of electronic court systems, breaks information into basically three categories. The first is information that is not public. Much of that is based on statutes that you have already implemented. So for example, information that has been rendered confidential by statute and is followed by a not made public include child protection cases, adoption, emancipation of a minor, involuntary mental health commitment, and financial information in family cases. The second bucket is information that would be reviewable at a courthouse, as it is now. So public information that is available at a courthouse. And then the third bucket is public information that would be available to the public by logging into our system. And that's really what I think the bill is addressing. Currently, the REX rules make public, they provide that eviction and small claims cases are only available for courthouse review prior to judgment, but they are made remotely available after judgment has been entered against the defendant. And that is what the existing rules do. We understand that Representative Hasselbus is looking to codify that, and that is certainly, up to you. Our concerns come from some of the finer delineations that are set out in the bill, even in the amendment, in that we are simply not able to adjust the system to assign security levels unless there is an event, a court event, that the system can identify, and then the assignment can be set. So some of the things that are being requested just aren't available. There's no way that the system can track it. And so our concern is there in that the amount of time to reprogram, or alternatively to manually review case information, would be onerous for the court and costly and resource intensive. So our purpose here today is just to really provide you with information about what exists and to answer questions as they might relate to what we are doing. And we're happy to answer those questions. And again, my colleague, Catherine Wiltuck, who is intimately familiar with the rules of electronic court systems, is here to address any questions.
Does the committee member have any questions? So I do have a question. I'm hearing, and I have not seen the amendment, or I haven't been, I'm sorry, I've seen it, but I have not been able to go through it in detail. But I'm hearing a part of it is that at a certain point, something would go back from, the proposal is that at a certain point, a old piece of data would go back into being, from how you described it, from being available via remotely to not available remotely. So after a certain number of years, for example, if you're trying to make that not available, like an eviction ruling, is that currently within your system's ability?
I
So
don't
you have an expiration date, for example, on when it shifts.
I don't know specifically if that's possible. We can certainly ask. Part of it is, as you're addressing a system, you have to look to see where the interfaces are and whether it's programmable. That is something that we can certainly look at.
Are there other questions from committee members? Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to get a clarity on situations where they were evicted, but then the courts found that there was really no fault of the person that was evicted. Is that possible that they could just delete that off the record if it's considered not their fault?
So I will ask Catherine to weigh in, but as I understand it, currently what would happen is that once a judgment is rendered against a defendant, so there needs to be a judgment against the defendant, that would be, the security would be assigned so that it would be remotely accessible at that point. If, for example, there was an event later where the judgment was vacated, I believe we could also then return that security to courthouse only. But what we can't do is know when that would happen. So that the timing between when the judgment was first entered and it was later vacated would be remotely accessible. And I believe, and Catherine can speak to this, that there may be other types of judgments that are no fault judgments. That is really getting to the merits of the case, and that may be difficult for us to distinguish on a system-wide basis, but Catherine can speak to that.
I would just echo what Amy said, which is that when you're looking at whether it's fault or no fault, or what the amendment uses as wrongdoing, frequently, in usual times, the judges aren't really looking for if it's wrongdoing, it's whether the elements of the case are proven. And there's not a distinction between the elements of the case being proven, and then in addition to that, is there wrongdoing? And so for that wrongdoing, either as I understand it anyway, the judge would have to make an additional finding, or you'd have to have clerks manually go through the file and look at the facts and exert their judgment as to whether it was wrongdoing or not, which is not really their function or their expertise, and would be very labor intensive.
Because I get where Representative Hessenfest wants to try to help the people that didn't intentionally or do something wrong but yet, and it still exists as saying there was this problem. So I
So-
get that.
I would just want to, I'm sorry, I should have also said that currently within the rules of electronic court systems, there is a mechanism by which a person can ask that a court record be sealed. And so in that case, it would not be public remotely or at a courthouse. It just wouldn't be public anymore. So.
Ms. Wiltuck, would you introduce yourself and your role?
I'm sorry, my name is Catherine Wiltuck, and I'm the Director of Court Process, Planning and Services at the Maine Judicial Branch.
Thank you.
And I apologize. I should have introduced my colleague more appropriately, but I jumped right in, didn't I?
Quite all right. Representative Hassenfuss, I will grant you your question, but please keep it clarified as you are the bill sponsor.
I'm just wondering if you would both be able to work with me and the committee to see if we could address some of these issues in the work session.
We would be very happy to. Absolutely.
Are there other questions? Seeing none. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Breton, is there anyone else in the waiting room to speak on this bill?
I do not believe so.
Seeing no other testimony, that there is no other testimony, we will close the public hearing on LD 913. And look at it is 11:45 right now.
Ms. Breton has her hand up.
Ms. Olson.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I just have one question for the purpose of the work session. As the sponsor has put forward an amendment that substantially changes the original bill, would the committee like me to do the bill analysis on the original language or on the amendment that's been put forward, or both?
Is there anyone looking for a bill analysis on the original amendment or the original bill? So no. So I think
Okay.
only the amendment.
Okay, I just thank you. That would be helpful for me to know moving forward.
Happy not to waste your time. It's a little pressed right now, I would assume. So recognizing it's 11:45 and we have 3 more items on the public hearing. Would we like, is anyone opposed to taking lunch now and then going into, or would you like to press on a little bit? Anyone opposed to taking lunch now? Not seeing any concerns on that. Can we keep it to, let's see, it is 12:46. Can we come back at 11:46? Can we come back at 12:20? Can people make that? Excellent. All right. We'll see you at, we'll be taking a break. Feel free to mute your video screen and camera or just leave and come back. We will be returning at after lunch at 12:20.
Sue, you're all by yourself there.
Welcome back, everybody. It's 12:20. If you could, committee members could turn on their screens if they're there, we'll confirm that we have some folks or who we have. Excellent. We'll now open up the work session on LD. We'll now open up the public hearing on LD 1566, resolve directing the Department of Economic and Community Development to create and administer a fund for live entertainment venue, performer, and worker and public art recovery grants. The bill sponsor is Representative Benjamin Collins. And Ms. Breton, can you shift Mr. Collins into the panelist group?
And I believe you have some co-sponsors that also want to speak on this.
Great, thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Representative Collins. The floor is yours. You have the committee's attention.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, distinguished members of the committee. I'm Benjamin Collins. I represent House District 42, which is part of the city of Portland. So this bill, I'll explain as quickly as I can. It has three components to it. It sort of evolved in the drafting as I was hearing from people across the state what they were facing these past 13 months of shutdown for many businesses. This is dealing with businesses or individuals who are independent and whose business surrounds performing in front of live audiences. So basically, as you know, with the restrictions for gatherings, any business or individual whose business relies on crowds has had a pretty tough time. So when I first started hearing from people last year after we shut down the legislature last St. Patrick's Day 2020, like many of you that were in the legislature back then, we were hearing from lots of constituents on unemployment, lots of business owners, lots of people with health concerns. And so we are very involved with unemployment. We are involved with the PPP loans for businesses. One area where as time went by, I started to hear a lot from in Portland, of course, being a center for the arts. And then as well, it grew to hearing from people all around the state that had venues where they had live entertainment, was that obviously they were really struggling. They were very concerned. What happened first at the federal level to deal with this wasn't adequate, didn't really make people whole. Many people were left out. Towards the end of 2020, I think, or sometime in 2020 anyway, there was some funding that came through the state. I believe it was, it was set aside for different purposes. Some of it did go, I believe, a few $1 million to nonprofit art centers, I believe, but many people in this industry are not nonprofits, so they couldn't qualify. Many independent non-employees that work at some of these facilities as performers or, tech people, they weren't really taken care of. So, and not knowing what would happen in the last 2020 presidential election and what stimulus might come out federally or in the state, I put this bill on with the support of many venue owners from across the state. Many concert halls have shut down. Some are hanging in the balance. And what we do here today in the legislature will greatly impact the future of this industry. People after me will speak into greater detail, but the arts and cultural industry combined, it's estimated that they contribute over $1.5 billion to our economy every year, which is much larger than I ever imagined. And again, people after me will get more into those details and that data. So the first part of the bill I put in was to directly give grants to venues. And that could be a place where they have concerts. It could be an art museum where they have speakers or performances. It could be a ballet studio. It could be a place where they have horse racing. It could be to help, for example, I wanted included, I heard from a professional hockey team, used to be the Portland Pirates. Now it's the Portland Mariners that play at the Civic Center. So it's places that have live entertainment. And so what I'm asking for, this is a resolve. And what I'm trying to get is, and again, this is mostly trying to get federal funding that's set aside for this. States like New Hampshire last year did put a considerable amount of money, millions of dollars aside just for this purpose. And so I think that Maine should, whether it's through this bill or some other vehicle, working with Commissioner Johnson and other stakeholders, I hope this committee could help us funnel money to help these people that are greatly struggling, who you'll hear from after me. So I'm asking for $30 million total to go towards these causes. 15 million will go directly to venues. Another 15 million will go directly to artists, and it would be broken up into two categories. The first would be just like we gave PPP loans to small businesses or independent operators. It would do the same. So it would be non-employees. It would be musical artists. It would be the tech, the sound men or women who set up shows or security that aren't employees of these venues, that do it as independent contractors. They will get direct loans through this. And the process is already set up for other businesses through Community and Economic Development, Commissioner Johnson's office. So I would want them to definitely be involved in this process. They're included in the bill, that they would use a formula. They would look at 2019 earnings, compare it to 2020, see what the loss is. And there would be a formula, looking at about 45% of their income. And, I think a lot of it would be a first come, first serve who applied, but that's sort of what that would do. And then the other half of the grant money that will go directly to artists would be about $7.5 million. It's really a concept I'm asking you to consider, which was used by President Franklin Roosevelt in his recovery proposal. He actually set aside 7% of all federal money to the arts. And that's why you'll see in places, including here in Maine, in old schools, libraries, you'll see a public art that was commissioned during that era of President Franklin Roosevelt. So what $7.5 million would go for would be a school, a library, a town hall, for artwork inside a building. It could be some sculpture outside of a building. It would basically commission artwork. It could also include ballet performers, musicians going directly to schools, to libraries, to communities. And so that would basically help them transition to the future as we're trying to get people back to work, open things back up, as more people are getting vaccinated, as we're getting into this nicer weather. So some of the money that goes directly to artists would help them catch up from their losses over this past year. And then some of it would be a transition to allow them to be hired to do art performances or works for the public. And the last thing I'll say is that what I'm hoping this bill could do is spur conversation. We greatly underfund the arts in Maine and this country. It's very important. I remember being a teacher in Salt Lake City many years ago in a kind of a tough inner city school. And there were so many young children that didn't have many outlets, and they were so talented in music and arts. And I felt really bad that there weren't those opportunities for them to really build on their talents. And instead, lots of children got into trouble and had problems that stayed with them for their whole life because they didn't have those outlets. So I could say the same thing in Maine. I think that the more we offer art in our society, the more the society flourishes. And I think that this should open up a conversation for the future about how we fund the arts in our state. Of course, this is one-time funding. I'm asking, if possible, it all to be federal money. At the most, I've asked for 10 million to be state money and for 20 million to be federal. But I really think that with the money coming in and more money that will be coming in the future, we should be able to find a way to set aside money to help these facilities and these independent business people that are greatly struggling. Again, it is over a $1.5 billion a year economy. It has a great impact on many of our communities throughout the state. If we don't do something now, and if these businesses have to shutter and more of these independent artists go out of business, it's going to be a huge detrimental effect to our state. I will let the people speak for themselves after me. I do know that federally there's a shuttered venues funding program that they've been trying to roll out. I know it's been about a month. People really haven't been able to apply. But even to that extent, what's contained in that federal, the federal provisions of that relief money doesn't cover everyone that needs to be covered. Many people are left out. Many people will fall through the cracks. And lots of larger companies might be able to get this, but many of the smaller groups in Maine won't be able to get this. So I think we need to do a hybrid model of the state kind of filling in the cracks with secured federal money to make sure that whatever isn't taken care of federally will happen in the state, and that we will help these people that for over a year have been barely hanging on. Many of them have lost their businesses, but I'm hoping with the good work of your committee and the legislature and Commissioner Johnson's office and many other art organizations, we can do something to help these people that have been left out. I know we've done lots of work in the legislature to help unemployed people through the PPP loan forgiveness programs with taxes. We've helped out many businesses. And so I think we should really now take our focus to people that haven't been included to the great extent. And would be happy to work with this committee on that, with the commissioner's office and all stakeholders. I know you've done lots of work. We're getting towards the end of the session. I know you have so many bills. So many of these large proposals might seem kind of daunting, but I believe with good planning and organization that this committee could move this in the right direction. And I would greatly welcome your assistance in helping these fine people that contribute so much to our economy and our society with the arts. And I do have a guitar next to me, but I'm not going to perform, and maybe that will help me get more support. So thank you.
Thank you. I just want to be clear. What I heard was you're asking for 30 million, 15 million towards of federal funds to be directed to the venues, 7.5 million to a future arts program, similar to the arts program from the Roosevelt administration during the Depression, and 7.5 million for those individuals connected to those arts programs that lost income during the pandemic. Did I summarize that accurately?
Yes, Senator, that's exactly right. And I was going to do just the venues, but as I spoke to more and more venue operators and the people that perform there, they said that, that there's really a growing concern for the independent operators and the artists. So they asked that I consider proposing something to the legislature via your committee that addresses that to start the conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Representative Collins? Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I enjoy your enthusiasm. I play a little guitar and sing myself a little bit. I was in a dare band. But anyway, I just kind of wonder, I get a lot of, around my constituents, many of them want industry in the area. And if we take the money towards entertainment and they don't have the base to afford to go out and whatever without the industry, what do we do? So I'm kind of concerned about that. What's your thoughts on that? We do need industry.
Yes, thank you, Senator Searway. Good to see you, I guess, remotely. I wish we all could be together in a room, hopefully soon. I would say that, I think it's not either or. I think we need everything. I think, your point is well taken. And I think we've done some things in the federal and the state level to address those concerns. I think we need to do more, no doubt about it. And I think we need to do a lot more in rural areas. I do know now you're out representing the greater Waterville area, right? I know in Waterville, there's a lot going on. I know with the arts, I know that some of the smaller communities, there may not be as much, but what I would say is that, and I'll try to link you up with some people, there are lots of people in small towns throughout the state that make most of their living, or they help pay the bills by having side gigs in the art industry. doing different things, whether it's a musician, a tech person, whether they're an artist, whether they're in the, the live venues of harness racing, so it does touch lots of areas directly and indirectly. And I just think that while we, through the pandemic, address those issues of the industry in your area, and we also look to the future, the long-term work on that, I think we also need to pay attention to this one aspect. It is a huge part of our economy, and I don't think it's gotten all the attention federally and in the state that it should have up till now. I know that federally it's starting to get some attention, but what I'm hoping you can do, Senator, with the help of your colleagues, is to look at what federal funding's coming in and what might be discretionary to some extent, and kind of be referees and kind of like guide the rest of us here in the legislature or people working for the governor and the commissioner's office on how that money could be spent wisely, how it should be directed to people that may have been left out, including people that, I'm sure you have many people in your district that make a living working, in the arts. So I think we need to do all of it. And I hope that you and your committee members can help kind of steer us in the right direction to make sure that some of the money we're getting federally does go to help keep this $1.5 billion a year industry afloat. Because if we lose it, it's not just talking about the venues closing and these artists. You're talking about all the, directly and indirectly, the millions and millions of dollars that flows into districts like yours. So,
yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Seeing no other questions. Thank you very much, Representative Collins.
Thank you.
Ms. Breton, can you shift into the panelist? I believe we have 3 co-sponsors. So can you shift in Senator Hickman, Representative Sachs, and Representative Dodge. Welcome, Senator Hickman.
Good afternoon, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and distinguished colleagues on the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. My name is Craig Hickman. I represent Senate District 14, 11 towns in Southern Kennebec County in the Maine Senate, including Representative Tavis Hassenfuss. I Zoom before you today as the proud lead co-sponsor in support of LD 1566. A resolve directing the Department of Economic and Community Development to create and administer a fund for live entertainment venue, performer, and worker and public art recovery grants. For those who do not know me, I am an actor, a playwright, a singer and a dancer, a literary performance artist, and a National Poetry Slam champion. And I've served on a few boards of nonprofit arts organizations, including the Theater of Monmouth, right here in my district. And so today, Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, I actually will perform a brief show, don't tell. Serenely sauntering into the Worcester Art Museum to expose a predominantly white suburban audience to the intricacies of inner city poetry. Toting a big black bag, inconspicuously clad in everyday attire, I nonetheless was singled out by the security officer, rapidly approaching from behind the safety of his desk as if to interrupt some impending disaster on his desperate journey toward me. Hey, you, what's the bag for? The air around me sputtered in search of retort while my tongue lay hostage against a confused palate. As the approaching crowd began to smell the progression of fear to caution to his Robin Hood rush to save a museum in distress, a thick, curious tension rushed in on a whirlwind, sieging the small crowd, now marveling at what might become an adventure Worcester hadn't seen in decades. I said, what's the bag for and what you got in it? Now, empowered by the women around me, I could stay silent no longer. It's my purse, just like hers, and hers, and what's in it is really none of your business. Well, that's an awfully big purse, he said, and I'm an awfully big girl. Now back off. I mean, what could his mind have conjured? Perchance he thought I was gonna swipe some art museum treasure folded up in 16 sections, secured neatly in my bag, from which I just retrieved my compact Uzi, threat to take out any man who dared stop me, and subsequently run out into a welcoming black night. Or perchance he thought my bag was loaded with several pounds of coke, 100 vials of crack, and all kind of dope I was eager to deal to a museum crowd desperate for a fix. Or perchance he thought I was just some loose cannon vandal up to no good, armed with several cans of metallic mold spray paint, or more likely a big old watermelon, which I would smash on the floor, scooping up large chunks to smear across the designs displayed on the walls of his big white castle on that hill, leaving behind my own art, my mark, a trail of little black seeds follow me out the back door. As I move past the suspecting man, the strap of the bag biting my shoulder, its contents pulling me down a bit closer to the earth I walk on, I realize the bag I carry around daily is weighted with memories, wishes, dreams, and stories yet untold, is weighted with city streets, country roads, highways, and rivers to places yet unseen, is weighted with groans, laughter, cries, and screams yet unheard. And somewhere deep down near the bottom of that big black bag, my purse, there's a neighborhood, a city, a country, a world where no person carries the fear to dare ask what's inside it. I wrote that back in 1993 when I first married my art. And you know, the spirit doesn't move through Zoom as it moves through a room, but you got to do what you got to do under the circumstances. Now more than ever, we must invest in the arts, make whole those businesses, venues, and live performers who bring us joy, who help us heal, who tell us who we are. I'll close this afternoon with a quote from my favorite American writer, novelist, poet, activist. His name is James Baldwin. I quote him a lot, but this is a new one for me to quote to all of you. Art has to be a kind of confession. The effort, it seems to me, is this. If you can examine and face your life, you can discover the terms with which you are connected to other lives. And they can discover too, the terms with which they are connected to other lives. This has happened to every one of us, I have no doubt. You read something which you thought only happened to you, and you discovered it happened 100 years ago to Dostoevsky. This is a great liberation for the suffering, struggling person who always thinks he is alone. That is why art is important. That is why art is necessary. Art would not be important if life were not important, and life is important. And so as we go away this morning, this afternoon, let us go away with the knowledge that we can come together to value Maine's creative economy, Maine's culture, and the indomitable spirit of Maine's people through the live performing arts. And so I humbly encourage a unanimous vote on some version of LD 1566, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Senator Hickman. Are there any questions for Senator Hickman? Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Senator Hickman, thank you for showing us and not telling us why the arts are so important. My question is kind of around the businesses that may need this and those that may not need this. I think in a number of these bills that we've seen where we're trying to help industry who've lost revenue and lost profits, one concern that I always have is I want to give the benefits to the businesses that need it, but I don't want it to be so broad that it affects the businesses that don't need it, that have done well or even better. Are you satisfied that the language in this proposal would do that, given that I think the arts are a unique class and that I don't think there's many of them at all that have done better, but.
I think the language is broad and inclusive, and it will definitely be up to the work of this committee to tailor it if necessary to make sure that it targets the people who need it the most. I mean, that's always the case, is we don't want to pick and choose winners and losers, but we do have to understand that if we have limited resources, they need to be targeted to those who need it the most. I mean, I am a live performer and I'm an individual artist. And so I won't apply for this, I'll tell you that right now, but I do believe that it's live performing artists who have been tremendously disadvantaged by this pandemic, as well as performance venues, nonprofit theaters, for-profit theaters. These are the venues and the businesses and the independent artists who are probably going to need this the most. I know the bill includes all sorts of things, including racetracks, harness racetracks. And so I'll leave that up to the discretion of the committee if some of the things in this bill are too broad. But I think that the good representative from Portland, Representative Collins, wanted to ensure that it was all there for you to see so that you can see the places where live performance happens, because it's not just in a movie theater or on a stage. It's in a lot of other businesses in the state of Maine. And so if nothing else, you have that in front of you to consider.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions. Thank you, Senator Hickman.
Thank you all.
Representative Dodge, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. I am Representative Jan Dodge of House District 97, which includes Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. I am here to testify in support of LD 1566, a resolve directing the Department of Economic and Community Development to create and administer a fund for live entertainment venue, performer and worker, and public art recovery grants. The impacts live music, entertainment, art, and theater have on audiences and on our economy must not be understated. In my own county of Waldo, art creation and consumption account for millions of dollars of revenue and positive economic influence. As a two-term member of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, I also acknowledge the foundational positives the arts bring to our society and to humanity. The fact that we all seek the visual and performing arts to enrich our experiences with beauty, enhance our stories and events with colorful pageantry, and to add a soundtrack as we reflect on life's mysteries and experiences are a testament to the importance of the arts as a necessary part of our human condition. Whatever your category or genre of choice, COVID-19 has had a negative impact on our ability to fully experience the arts. Our artists, workers, and those who practice their craft have had reduced interactions that have reduced incomes. What are your favorite Maine music and art memories? For me, these include my appreciation for impressive lighting techniques at the Maine State Music Theater at Bowdoin, hours of rehearsal at the Grand Auditorium in Ellsworth, Andrew Wyeth inspiration at the Farnsworth in Rockland, Earth, Wind, and Fire at Cumberland County Civic Center, and anticipating an impending plot twist at a movie theater. Each of these arts sectors and sports entertainment businesses are the weavers who perpetuate our cultural fabric, traditions, and cultural literacy. They are an important segment of Maine's economy. Please pass LD 1566 to provide relief grants for our arts venues, performers, workers, businesses, and organizations. I hope passage will illustrate Maine's commitment to our artists and foster the flow of federal funds to assist our state in preserving these entities. Thank you. I will try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Representative Dodge. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.
Welcome, Representative Sachs.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Senator Curry and Representative Roberts and all of you esteemed members on the IDEA Committee. My name is indeed Melanie Sachs. I'm so happy to finally be here in this committee. I'm honored to represent House District 48, which includes Freeport and part of Pownell. I am the data nerd that you were warned of as the co-sponsor of LD 1566. This is incredibly important legislation addressing a critical recovery needs for a vital sector of our economy. And within my testimony, there is a citation embedded if you'd like to see some of the evidence. So the US Bureau of Economic Analysis in 2020 reported that the arts and culture sector, which includes artists, university arts, commercial and nonprofit arts organizations, contributed $1.55 billion to Maine's economy. This represented 2.5% of the state's GDP. So to Senator Searway's point, it is a larger share than some other industries in our state, including construction and education, for example. This is more than just about supporting what's often called the critical economy or the creative economy. Instead, they create significant portions of our economy, and we cannot fail to support them vigorously as we have other sectors. I want to address that new federal program you may have heard about a little bit from Representative Collins, the Shuttered Venue Operators Grant Program, SVOG. This targets some pieces of this economic sector. It does not, however, cover all of the entities proposed within LD 1566. They do have live venue, theatrical producers, live performing arts operators, some museums, motion picture and talent coordinators. However, the large swaths of the creative economy that are unfortunately not included, including pretty much everything that Senator Hickman has done, but also the range of the physical arts, such as the mediums of fiber arts, painting, sculpture, children's art programs, individual musicians and performers, those are not included in SVOG. Also, SVOG has a total of $16 billion for the entire nation, which sounds like a lot, but the maximum grant is $10 million and that includes even very large national venues, such as sports venues. Those funds are going to be quickly depleted. As you're going to hear in the upcoming testimony, even as if SVOG funds are allocated, many organizations after this 18 months and counting of the pandemic have said they will not be nearly enough to cover the vast scope of their financial losses. Although it's welcome, it does not appear that those current metrics will provide the impact needed to sustain this main industry. That's why LD 1566 is so important. It proposes to do what Maine does best, see where the needs are and fill those gaps. So there's evidence to indicate that that federal state hybrid strategies is really what's needed. As you review this bill, please consider designating funds to the Department of Economic and Community Development to be able to market this program and develop comprehensive guidelines for application and monitoring. We've seen that to be critical in other DECD programs, and they do not have the capacity to do so right now. Many arts organizations also have very scarce staff for administration. I can say that having been an executive director of 2 different nonprofit agencies. And the resources at DECD don't always match that need. As a member of the tax committee, I would also encourage the same thoughtful treatment of these grants that we saw in similar programs, with taxes not being levied on PPP grants or individuals who receive the unemployment benefits due to COVID shutdowns. I'm encouraged that DECD in their written testimony submitted to this committee is willing to work with the sponsor to craft a program that's solution focused and meets the needs of the community. To Representative Hassenfuss's comments, they have been able to target these programs. The second, I'll just say this is not my testimony, but the second evolution of the CARES Act specifically went to smaller businesses and here in the state, also newer businesses who were left out of the first round. So that's exactly what you're talking about, and they have the experience to do so. I know we are barreling towards the end of the session and that big bills like this can be a challenge, but I urge you to think again about the cost of not supporting a $1.55 billion industry and what that means for our economy. you can make a huge impact on the state of Maine by passing LD 1566. Thank you so much for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Sachs. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
And Ms. Breton, are there any other co-sponsors?
I believe that is all the co-sponsors.
Thank you. And I will now go to those speaking for the bill. And I'll remind those giving testimony for or against the neither. We have a 3-minute time limit, and Representative Roberts will be monitoring the clock. So I will start with Riley Armstrong.
Hello,
Mr. Armstrong. The floor is yours.
Awesome, guys. I'm Riley. I'm the head coach of the Maine Mariners. Formerly a player of the Worcester Sharks that came up to play against the Portland Pirates quite a bit. And obviously Portland is a great hockey town. And this year with the Mariners now coming back for 2 seasons and now not being able to play this season that just passed, we took a hit, not being able to have the fans come in and do that kind of thing. But what I think the Maine Mariners do in hockey for the state of Maine and the city of Portland is really big. I think we help with the restaurants downtown, the development of the whole area, just bringing people into downtown and giving back into the community is probably the biggest thing that we do. And I also feel that I think you'll see it with the Sea Dogs, hopefully with them coming back, that it creates that buzz a little bit more back downtown of drawing just everybody back out into the public, having that good, safe family atmosphere at our games that people want to come out and see. And I think myself being Canadian and being so close to the Canadian border, I really do feel that Maine is a hockey state. And I think I know hockey's been taken away from this city 2 times and it's back. And me personally, I want to keep it here. And I know that the owners with Comcast and those guys as well, they want to keep hockey here too. And also through Cross Insurance Arena of what we bring, of what they bring into the city of Portland too, with those performers and the concerts. I think it's awesome. And I really do feel every city that we go to play against teams or teams coming in, teams love coming to Portland, Maine. And with the restaurants, how good our venue is to host hockey games and concerts, it's the best in our league, just hands down. So I think that's huge with what Ben's doing to help out with the live entertainment area.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Armstrong? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Awesome, thank you.
And next, I'll go to Ms. Breton, if you could bring in Lauren Wayne and Douglas Bourne. We'll bring in a couple at a time. Yeah. Welcome, Ms. Wayne.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for having me. And of course, may the 4th be with you. I'm Lauren. I'm General Manager of Crobo LLC. We are the owner and operator of the State Theater and the State Theater, excuse me, Summer Concert Series at Thompson's Point. Thanks for the opportunity to speak in favor of LD 1566. As you know, our live event venues and performing arts organizations have experienced unprecedented financial devastation over the last 14 months. We have no concrete reopening date in sight as we are still under public health and state mandates, which restrict our capacities and add even more financial hardship to our operational budgets. We've been closed for over 1 full year with no way in which to pivot our business models to make real revenue. There are no takeout concerts or theater plays. We have furloughed and laid off hundreds of employees. Excuse me. We have been absolutely correct in what we've been saying for the past year. Live event venues were the first to shut down in order to protect our customers and employees, and will be absolutely the last sector of the economy to reopen. As you know, the performing arts are an integral part of Maine's identity. We have been instrumental in helping to revitalize Maine's economy and culture. We inspire creativity, joy, and cohesion in our communities. As businesses, we help drive the economy and create a landscape that attracts job seekers and young people. We are part of what makes Maine a good place to live. The State Theater has had an instrumental part of the economic renewal of Portland and the revitalization of Congress Street and the Arts District. For every $1 spent on a concert ticket at our venue, $12 of economic activity is generated for area businesses like restaurants, retail shops, and hotels. Between our 3 concert venues, we bring over 250,000 people to the state of Maine on an annual basis. I look forward to doing that again very soon, but at this point, it's a dire issue. Simply put, some of us will not survive without federal and state relief. In order to allow the performing arts industry to make it through this closure and return to full business so that we all may once again contribute to the health and revitalization of our local economies, we are requesting that a fund for live entertainment venues, performers, and workers be established for one-time grants to cover the fixed expenses of maintaining our businesses while being closed since March of 2020. Investing in music and culture is an investment in public health. Music and the arts support mental health and well-being. It is for everyone, no matter their age, race, sex, or religion. Multiple states and countless other markets have announced investment plans for the arts because they fully understand this. Our neighbor, New Hampshire, announced a $12 million allocation from the state's CARES Act funds for a relief program to target New Hampshire live performance venues that have been hit especially hard by the COVID-19 pandemic, and I request that the great state of Maine follow suit. I'll be more than happy to discuss any ideas with you and answer any questions. Thanks so much for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, everybody.
Welcome, Mr. Bourne. You have the committee's attention.
Thank you very kindly. Good afternoon, Senator Curry and other members of the committee. My name is Douglas Bourne. I live in Westbrook and currently serve as the business agent for the IATSE Local 114. We're the stagehands union. The TSE and the acronym stands for Theatrical Stage Employees. Our primary venues are the Cross Insurance Arena and Merrill Auditorium in Portland, but our members work many other smaller venues and facilities from York to Rangeley to Bangor and even occasionally Aroostook County. I am here, of course, to speak in favor of the Bill LD 1566. The live industry, the live events industry that IATSE is a part of was arguably the first to shut down and is expected to be among the last to fully reopen due to the obvious safety issues surrounding the pandemic, as well as the public's collective perception of their personal safety in specific public settings. Our industry is predicated on the idea that an audience of sufficient size is willing to enter a performing arts venue and literally rub shoulders and elbows with scores, hundreds, or even thousands of people in attendance. So until the investors behind the live events industry can feel certain enough that people are comfortable being with a whole lot of other people, a whole lot of people are going to remain out of work, including stagehands, venue operators, promoters, security staff, production staff, box office staff, musicians, and related vendors. While I have seen some reasons to be optimistic that we might be able to get back to work on a limited basis by this autumn, at this time, I don't honestly expect that our industry will be back to something that resembles normality before early 2022. That means that our members and the venues that employ them, and as well as many, many others from all over Maine, will have had to struggle for a year and a half without work, even under the best case scenario. Additionally, given the nature of our industry, many IATSE members are also often employed in production and administrative work at many of the smaller venues, colleges, and production companies of Maine, including many you will hear from today, including on occasion the State Theater. And all of these people have been struggling to get by while having no choice. The venues, that is, have no choice but to stay dark or vastly limit their artistic output. Many of our members are also working musicians and/or actors on the side, making them all the more susceptible to the challenges facing the live events industry. Relief such as that being proposed by LD 1566 will not only help many of our own members weather this proverbial storm financially, but it'll also help keep the venues and others in the performing arts community that might employ them to remain viable until they can. Thank you. I'm on my last sentence. Appreciate it. Anyway, where was I? The performing arts community that might employ them to remain viable until they can resume again a sustainable level of business. So therefore, I urge your support of LD 1566. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bourne. Are there any questions for Mr. Bourne? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And Ms. Bratton, if you could bring in Nick Turner and David Greenham.
Hello. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Hello, sorry. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Senator Curry, and not to waste any time, thank you all of you for giving us this opportunity to speak. I'm Nick Turner. I'm the executive director of the Grand in Ellsworth, Maine. I'm going to try not to be redundant. You've heard such eloquent and wonderful descriptions, not only the value of the arts, but also the economic impact. So I'm just going to hit a couple of things and then maybe answer some questions you may have. Yes, 14 months. And one thing that quickly happened within those 14 months was, in the case of many of the live venues in the state, 100% loss of revenue. So it wasn't like it dribbled out, it ended. When we had to through the mandates, close our doors, an industry that thrives on selling every seat, all of a sudden had nothing to sell. In our case, the Grand is a nonprofit, and we quickly leveraged to the mission, which was social interaction. Well, that's also hard to do when you can't bring people in. So we went virtual and engaged the community and have served that purpose ever since, through the generosity of donors and grants. And another opportunity like this is the kind of thing that's going to get venues like the Grand to the next stage. In 2019, we brought over 30,000 ticket holders down to Main Street, Ellsworth, to contribute to the economy. You're talking about a 1 to 2 million impact. And that's really the value of venues like the Grand, the Alamo, the Criterion, the Colonial, all these wonderful little theaters. They not only contribute to the economy and provide arts and opportunities, they are often the anchor of Main Street. And you lose these anchors on your Main Street, many ways you've lost the heart and soul of a community, especially if it's serving its mission well, and which we try to do. And we hit all members of the community. We bring people in for live streaming of opera, to sold out shows of Maine's great comic, Bob Marley. I heard Theater in Monmouth mentioned. We bring Theater of Monmouth up here to do shows for children. We did a partnership with the state and brought Ghost of Paul Revere up here for 500 patrons. So we not only are effective within our community, as a whole, we are united in reaching the whole state and beyond by working together and providing things like this, not only for artists, but for the community itself. One of the key things I think I can add to the conversation is I can elaborate on the idea that this funding not only
Mr.
enriches
Turner?
our lives and brings all those sort of things, which are.
Mr. Turner, can you wrap up?
Oh, last thing. Yep. It is an
Thank you.
investment. So you should really think that the money you are going to put in will be returned. It will be returned tenfold because of the money that is spent and is invested in the community. One last point, the Grand was created for that purpose in 1938 after a fire devastated Ellsworth. And that's the role the Grand and many venues like the Grand will serve in their communities, is rebuilding the economy and rebuilding the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Turner.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Welcome, Mr. Greenham.
My name is David Greenham. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Arts Commission. And thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of this bill. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and the members of the Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business Committee, please accept this statement as my support of Resolution LD 1566. As you know, the cultural life of Maine is one of our most valuable assets. Maine's history of fine and performing arts is known throughout the world. And as Representative Sachs shared earlier, the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis reported that Maine's nonprofit sector contributes nearly $1.6 billion to Maine's economy. Nearly 26,000 creative businesses employ 16,876 workers in our state. And Representative Searway, in terms of industry, I just wanted you to know, last summer I bought 2 wonderful, beautifully handcrafted Adirondack chairs from a small creative industry in your district. And I'm probably going to buy a couple more this year. But COVID-19 has had a devastating effect on our sector. At the end of 2020, the Brookings Institution found that Maine's creative economy businesses lost $385 million due to COVID closures. It has been expected that we're heading to similar losses in 2021. 70% of creative businesses have been severely affected by COVID, and creative workers have suffered a 76% unemployment rate since the early spring of 2020. And there are some opportunities to support the cultural sector. You've heard about the SBA, the Shuttered Venues Grant Program. The Maine Arts Commission will be receiving some money through the American Recovery Plan, and that will that funds through the National Endowment for the Arts. Those will be restricted to nonprofit organizations only, arts organizations only. We certainly hope that individual artists will be included in recovery opportunities from the Department of Labor and the educational loss funding through the Department of Education and other sources. However, none of these options would have the immediate and positive impact of the kind of investment that LD 1566 resolution could bring to Maine. While we were all optimistic that the worst of COVID-19 is behind us, we recognize we are still a long time away from when Maine residents and visitors will feel comfortable and safe sitting side by side in a theater or other large performing arts venue. We must help these venues survive and work to keep their employees in Maine.
Can you wrap up, Mr. Greenham?
I'm the last sentence. Culture is an industry. Culture makes our communities vibrant and attractive places to live, work in, and visit. Investing in these venues and organizations and individuals makes economic sense, but it also gets to the core of why we all call Maine our home. Thank you very much for your time. Happy to answer questions or work with you.
Thank you, Mr. Greenham. I have a question. In the portion of this bill that is the $7.5 million that's being proposed for projects, for arts projects moving forward, Are you anticipating that the Maine Arts Commission will be involved in that, or
we'll be involved with any portion of it that needs help. In the conversation we had with the National Endowment for the Arts, from leaders all over the country, the WPA history also came up of that idea of commissioning arts for the public good. So I think that's where a lot of the conversation is heading. We'll only have about 10% of the amount of money we're talking about here. So absolutely, the idea of getting people to work for the good of our state is just like any other infrastructure conversation in my mind.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Greenham, I'm so glad that you focused on the role that the arts play just in terms of making our communities places we want to live. I represent Rockland, Maine, and when I first moved to Rockland, it was mostly closed storefronts, fish factories, falling, declining residents, and declining property values. Over the last 40 years, it has slowly turned into what at least we call ourselves, the arts capital of Maine. I'm sure many other towns would disagree. But the result has been that people want to live there. They don't just want to visit there as tourists, they want to live there. And like so many, COVID has just been devastating for us in terms of our Friday Art Walk, which is how most of our artists in town who display work in museums get them sold, our festivals. And I very much worry that if we have flattened our arts and they're unable to come back, that will have long-term effects on just our ability to attract people to live and work here, and would love you to weigh in on that.
Well, I think there should be a battle among every community about who is the arts community of Maine. So I'm all in favor of that. But I think you're absolutely right. That story of Rockland is one that is amazing for all of us. It was an industry town that when the industry left, new industry came, and that new industry is cultural, and it has been a boon. Rockland is I think you're right, Representative. It's an entirely different, wonderful place that's still so welcoming.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Greenham.
Thank you all.
And Ms. Breton, if you could go ahead and bring in Frank Hopkins and Bridget Matros. Ms. Breton, are you there?
I am.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Mr. Hopkins, are you there?
I do not see Bridget.
I am here, though I can't be seen.
You might be able to turn your camera on if you'd like to by going down.
Oh, there we go.
Bottom left. There you go.
I'm an engineer. Hello. Good day to the esteemed body. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm an audio engineer. Typically, we're in black. We're in the back. We should not be heard from at all. And if you need to look at the audio engineer in the back wearing black, then things are bad, and things are bad. So I'm here. There's a lot of large numbers. I'm one person. In 2019, I grossed $43,620 from a combo of self-employment with touring acts as well as regular W-2 employ. I was production manager at Portland House of Music and Events for one of those. I'm an audio engineer was an audio engineer at Port City Music Hall, the State Theater in Thompson's Point. I'm proud to have mixed, set up, and lit up the gamut from Grammy-winning legends, national and regional acts from the Civic Center to the North Atlantic Blues Festival to the Bar Corner, local legends from Madawaska to Kittery, and many young students along the way who are the future of music. In early February of 2020, I purchased a touring audio console package for roughly $8,000, and that was a horrible business decision. I got one show in it with that made my first payment on the loan. On March 12th, my career ended. I, of course, submitted for COVID-related unemployment, but my 1099 employee on top of my W-2 employee confused the system irreparably. I was immediately awarded the max benefit, but the money did not actually appear for months and months. I was frozen in UI limbo until mid-June. I was very lucky to land a job through a friend in a mailing warehouse by mid-April. I am very lucky to have, for the first time in my life, had savings and credit cards to fall back on. Still in 2020, I grossed $27,000 roughly from engineering until March, UI that did finally show up, and the warehouse gig. Simple math on the difference between the 2 years is a loss in income of roughly $16,500 that this one person is not pumping back into the economy around me. The simple math on my regular W-2 employers is that 1 in 4 of them will not return at all. The other 3 will be dark for months to come. I personally am very lucky. My landlords or my neighbors also. They made immediately clear they were willing to work with me were I not able to make rent. Port City Music Hall was not so lucky and will not return. Every time I worked at Port City Music Hall for my dinner break, I would go to Shays in Monument Square, which I recommend highly. And let's just say I've mostly been making soup at home this year. I also, for Representative Searway earlier, I worked a show just pre-COVID at the Waterville Opera House, mixing the support act for Los Lobos, and it was an amazing time. My mom and her partner came from Waldoboro, and their touring party of 10, and my support act of probably 8 people, and the production staff. I believe it's the Lion's Den around the corner. We all went and had a great time there, pre and post show. The economic impact math of Port City Music Hall being gone to people I know, and the emotional loss of it, I can't fit into 3 minutes. The devastating intangible mental health math is impossible to describe. Not being able to work at what I know and love, feeling helpless, but also guilty because I am lucky among hundreds of musician and tech friends in the same limbo. I don't have children to provide for. I can lean out, go into debt, and survive as Mainers do. I can't imagine the depression, the stress on those with children, a mortgage, those with many thousands invested in their businesses instead of just 8K, those who didn't have credit cards or savings, those with employees they feel responsible for. I am just one audio engineer in the larger numbers mentioned. This is one person. Thank you all very much for your time and for hearing all of us.
Thank you very much for sharing your story. Chair recognizes Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hopkins, for being here. I really appreciate it. In particular, the details of the financial picture for one person involved in the industry. I'm supposed to end with a question, and I don't have one. So I've even practiced questions before this morning, and I still don't have a question. So I'll just say thank you and stop talking.
Chair recognizes Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hopkins, thank you for sharing your experience. And I'm just wondering if this is a very common experience within your profession, and if you have friends in the industry that are going through something similar, and if you can explain sort of how a grant money or a loan program from the state government.
Absolutely. And again, I heard Mr. Hickman say, I have landed a job in a warehouse. I'm I'm solvent. I may, as things come through, I may or may not apply. I'm here for the friends of mine that have children, are artists in towns as small as New Sweden. I grew up in Fort Kent, so I work all over the state. And for the people that make, maybe $7,000 a year and playing acoustic guitar in pubs is a side gig to a main job, but they are using it to support their children. All the way to friends of mine that own, multi-million-dollar audio companies it was gone. I can't describe that, just disappearing entirely one day. A number of the folks I work in the warehouse with were employees. That company was very nice to take in a pile because it was a familial relation. The rest of the audio engineers that worked at a company called AV Technic, they just broke ground on $1 million facility in Scarborough before the pandemic struck. So again, I personally might not take advantage of it, but I have hundreds of friends that this experience of it just disappearing and falling through the cracks because they had some weird combination of a regular job and 1099 or, employ are really struggling in both financially and mentally, and will be for months to come. Sorry if that rambles away from the question.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for coming out and speaking, Mr. Hopkins. I've performed in the Opera House dancing. Actually, I took dance for 10 years. And I love entertainment. And I liked back years ago. I think they even had dinner, kind of a mystery type plays during the meals, and that was kind of neat too. I just kind of wonder if there's way to allow, I don't know how it would be developed or who would organize it for a grant type program when out of this monies, if they applied for certain grants to, get a restart up type thing, because I know that this COVID situation really has been painful for many, many people, and especially in the restaurants, entertainment, a lot of the type jobs that base on what people have for extras. Those extras weren't being used, and I feel for all of the people like yourself that kind of hit to home. So I don't know what we can do and how it works, but it just seems like there's got to be, I don't know what your thoughts are as far as some type of grant program that would work for this type of.
Mine, I'm afraid, I think those questions are, folks like Mr. Barham earlier in the Maine Arts Commission. I am simply here to say there is a tremendous community that folks in the theater and in production, we wear black and we hide out in the back for a reason. And we do not, I have hundreds of friends who work in the greater industry nationally. There are a lot of folks that live and work in Maine who tour nationally, and they're on the road, but their home is in Maine and they're paying taxes here. And we are largely by design, we try to be invisible. And You know, as far as the larger numbers, I'm overwhelmed by it. I'm going to start rambling, and I don't want to take up all your time. I just want to be a person that's here that says, hey, there's a lot of us that hide by design, and we don't want to be seen during the show, but we're here out in Maine, from small towns to large, and we're here because of the quality of life, but we are part of an invisible economy here. You know, as far as how it is all designated, that is way over my head. I plug in a microphone and I make it loud, and if it's if it's bad, I turn it down. Yeah, I'm sorry, that does not answer your question, but I know there are people that have popped on that have said they will, you know, talk to Mr. Barham, talk to Lauren Wayne, which it was good to see Lauren and Doug. I've worked for them. You know, the community is very, you know, immediately the first two people from venues that testified, I have worked with directly. You know, how many days did I work at the Civic Center in 2019? Probably only 4 days. I was at the Waterville Opera House 1 day. I was in New Sweden for the Roots Acoustic Music Festival for 1 day. That drew the last year that was held, it drew 700 people to the town of New Sweden.
Yeah. Mr. Hopkins, I see Representative Austin has a question, so I'm gonna ask her to ask her question there. Yeah. Thank you, Representative Austin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm sorry, Frank, to have you cut off to listen to this, because I'm not sure I'm going to do anywhere near what you shared with us. I've enjoyed everyone's testimony. Yours has brought a different light to it because of your obscurity that you have pronounced that, you know, that you're in the back in the black, right? But I guess this is kind of a challenging thing because let me just preface it with, you build it, they will come. Can you give us any, and this really isn't to do anything in effect to the bill that is talking about a grant, but just in light of, I think we all need hope. And the cultural part of this is so much about mental as well as physical health as an offering in our state and the gains that we've made. But if you could, do you think you could in any way tell us if the doors were to open, if the restraints were to be lifted, how quickly, in view of this type of, let's call it cultural and business activity, do you think you could see a regeneration of really a speedy recovery?
That's also a huge question. It definitely is talked about a lot in my circle, and we just don't know. My sense is everyone is just dying to get back to normalcy and go catch a show and go to dinner. But in terms of a venue, like, you know, I work at the State Theater. I'm dying to feel the impact of a live show again. But will people want to actually rub shoulders with 1,700 other people, even as even as it is legally possible, is a whole nother question. You know, this is a question for much greater minds. You know, are we gonna see shows in 6 months or a year or 2 years that are effective return to capacity levels that make it viable for venues? I have no idea. I just know that Port City Music Hall is already closed. You know, my friends that work there that just bought, you know, the PM, my equivalent there, just bought a house before this went down. You know, I feel for people like that who are like, how, you know, I've been pursuing this career for years. I've been pursuing this career for myself for 20 years. The gentleman in question, 10, how is he paying his mortgage? a lot of these I would direct back to Doug Bourne at the head of IATSE. You know, I think the organizations like IATSE have a much greater sense of really, you know, nationally what is happening with tours, with ensuring shows on this scale. I really can't speak to that scale. It boggles my mind, and I've just spent a year having my mind boggled and somewhat arguably really depressed by this whole thing. I want to, you know, just one personal impact. And again, I would talk to Doug about these numbers for, you know, precise numbers on how many hundreds of techs are out there sitting in their living room working some picked up gig that's also taking a job from someone else who might pursue that. You know, my job I'm very lucky to land a warehouse job. It's a great job that could be going to someone else who is more, you know, it works better for than that. You know, I don't necessarily want to be there. I'm very grateful for it and I'm lucky, but you know, I'd rather be doing what I was meant to do and pursue my passion. So I'm sorry. I know that doesn't answer your question either.
Don't be sorry. I think your comments, if we want to really dig down in to them, there's a lot of value. So I thank you.
Thank you all for listening.
Seeing no other questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Hopkins. And Ms. Breton, if you could bring in Amy Petrin and Carla, I'm going to say Pugliese. And I apologize in advance if I butchered your name. I hope you will correct me. So, Amy Petrin, welcome. Amy, are you with us?
I'm here.
Ms. Petrin, I'm sorry. Ms. Petrin.
Apparently you can't see me though.
If you click on the video icon on your bottom left, that might do it.
Let me do it. Let me turn on and off again. Let's see.
No?
No, maybe it's tired. It's quite possible.
I will try something and see whether I can ask you to. Let's see.
I could see up until, let's see. Sometimes if you'll see my light, which is what's going to happen probably. No. I don't know what to say.
Let's try. Let me try one thing here. See if you can answer. Try that.
Okay.
Did that work?
No, it's something else in the connection. It does this every once in a while.
Well, you're welcome to please deliver your testimony and we will audio is fine.
Okay. Well, first off, thank you, Senator Curry, and thank you to the full committee for having us today. And I'm so pleased to be here to speak and have the opportunity to speak in support of LD 1566. And I'm grateful to Representative Collins and his co-sponsors for the leadership and support, especially Representative Sachs and Dodge, who we heard from earlier. And Senator Hickman, who I wish was still on the call, you made my morning, or I should say my day, worth sitting by, and I enjoyed every minute of it. So thank you so much for Senator Hickman and his art. My name is Amy Marie Petrin, Executive and Artistic Director at Portland Ovations. At Portland Ovations, we're a Maine-based nonprofit cultural organization celebrating our 90th year. We have been deeply and irreparably impacted by the pandemic since ceasing operations on March 12, 2020. In a typical year, Portland Ovations operates at a 2.5 annual budget with 9 employees serving 40,000 plus people through 150 live events in community and school settings. Since March 2020, we've had to freeze, furlough, and reduce hours for our employees, give up our office space, and pivot to operations of a reduced portfolio of digital programs. Year over year, we've lost nearly 100% of our earned revenue. Relief funding is crucial to our very existence and our ability to continue to deliver on our mission of supporting the cultural, social, and economic well-being of our communities. And we are not alone, as you've heard today. We represent one of thousands other nonprofit arts organizations, concert promoters, artists, technicians, venue operators, and independent cultural workers fighting to survive in the live entertainment industry here in Maine. You've heard it before, and I'll say it again. At over 1.5 billion, we are in fact an industry, a vital part of Maine's ecology that feeds the health and vibrancy of Maine and its peoples. Thank you for your support of the arts and entertainment sector during this critical time. Now more than ever, we need to be able to promise our communities the joy, beauty, contemplation, healing, and economic catalyzing that only the arts can provide. Thank you again, and I hope you will further support LD 1566.
Thank you very much, Ms. Petrin. Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome. Is it Ms. Pugliese? How do you?
You're saying it more appropriately than my family does. My family anglicizes it to Pugliese, but yes, in Italian it's Pugliese. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and esteemed members of the committee. I'm Carla Pugliese. I'm the director of the pilot year of the Cultural Alliance of Maine, a project within the Maine Association of Nonprofits. The Cultural Alliance of Maine, or CAM, is a grassroots statewide initiative designed to bring together Maine's rich and diverse cultural communities in a thriving, collaborative, unified ecosystem with the goal of increasing the sector's visibility, impact, and resources. Less than 2 months into its pilot year, CAM represents cultural organizations and artists from all 16 counties of Maine. The Maine Association of Nonprofits' mission is to enrich the quality of Maine's communities by strengthening the leadership, voice, and organizational effectiveness of our state's nonprofits. MAMP represents nearly 1,000 nonprofit organizations and 200 corporate supporters from every part of the state and of all sizes and mission areas. On behalf of the members of both organizations, this testimony is in support of LD 1566. You've heard already some of the numbers on the cultural sector's economic impact in Maine, and in new data released just earlier this spring, the US Bureau of Economic Analysis showed that that impact was on a continued growth trajectory over the last several years. So in fact, in 2019, the arts and cultural sector added $1.7 billion to the state economy and employed over 17,000 Mainers. The real numbers are likely even higher, as these data do not include the full breadth of the cultural sector, leaving out historical societies, historical preservation organizations, and many of the libraries that serve as community hubs and sponsors of public works, such as the art grants included in this bill in small towns throughout the state, including my home of Waterford. Maine's nonprofit sector is the largest employment sector in the state. 1 in 6 workers is employed by a nonprofit. However, most nonprofits in Maine are also small businesses. 89% have annual budgets of $500,000 or less, and 77% have annual budgets of $100,000 or less. They want to provide their employees with good wages, good working conditions, benefits, and opportunity for advancement and growth. In the past year, cultural organizations and artists have introduced innumerable innovative programs to make their work accessible to a quarantined audience in a digital landscape. Across the state, they have seen community engagement, already so significant, grow as folks turn to the arts to help process the upheaval of the past 13 months. At the same time, these organizations and artists have had to shut down nearly all of their revenue generating programs, and many do not foresee a full programmatic return until 2022. Integral to our communities and our economy, they deserve our support. Thank you for considering LD 1566. I'm happy to answer any questions and provide more information after the hearing if that would be helpful.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you all.
And Ms. Breton, if you could shift in Anita Stewart and Griffin Sherry. Welcome, Ms. Stewart.
Hello, Senator Curry. Thank you so much for having me be able to come in and speak in support of LD 1566 today. I'm Anita Stewart. I'm the Executive and Artistic Director of Portland Stage. Portland Stage is a not-for-profit theater in downtown Portland, and pre-pandemic, we had an audience of about 50,000 for our programs and productions. We're one of the few entertainment venues that was able to keep people employed, producing small live shows this year. And we've been running education programs for school students and community members as well. We did that by cobbling resources together. I am so thankful for the Workshare program, PPP funds, foundation, and community donations. We combined that funding while keeping everything we did tiny. We approached this year with the mindset that the jobs and the work that we were continuing to create would not pay for itself. And as great as the response has been to what we've been doing, this year is not a sustainable model. Before the pandemic, the entertainment industry in Maine was as economically important to the state as lobsters and lighthouses. Every dollar spent on cultural tourism results in $46 spent in the local economy. Venues like mine support neighboring businesses like restaurants, hotels, and retail. We create an environment that helps other businesses thrive and attract employees and growth. We have become part of what makes Maine truly great, and we can be part of making Maine even better in the future. As I think about how to attract audiences to come back to the theater, I recognize that we need to bridge the gap. We need to be able to produce work that is big, bold, and exciting before knowing that an audience will be ready to return. Researchers tell us it will take time for us to get back to the numbers we had pre-pandemic. I know that we won't build back if we don't create plays that engage our community with shows that spark the imagination, and to do that takes people, and people take money. LD 1566 would offer the upfront resources to a theater like mine as we move forward to re-engage. This past year, with such limited opportunities to see live work, I recognize now more than ever the power of live theater to connect people together. As we laugh or cry or bear witness to a story being told by others, it is a way to reach across the footlights, across the aisle, to go beyond ourselves. It is a way to build community. LD 1566 will help us get to that future, and I urge you to support this important legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Stewart? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes, before I do that, Ms. Breton, if you could also, I believe there's another co-sponsor who has joined. If you could, Representative Rader, if you could promote Representative Rader, and we will now listen, but I will give the floor to Mr. Sherry.
Thank you, members of the committee, for letting me talk today. My name is Griffin Sherry. I am the guitarist and vocalist for a band called The Ghost of Paul Revere. We are based out of Portland, Maine. We all grew up in Buxton, however. And I wanted to speak today and just tell you a little bit about what our last year has been like, because I think that sometimes the overall story of a small band like ours gets lost a lot when something this globally important happens. A day before the borders were shut down and flights stopped, we decided to cancel our flight to Norway. We were about to embark on a 6.5-week tour of Norway, Sweden, other parts of Scandinavia. And we decided that it didn't look safe enough to head there at that time, and hoped that we had made the right decision and that, the borders would open up again in 3 weeks. We, of course, lost all of the money to fly 5 members out there. We lost thousands of dollars worth of merch that ended up in European airports and never returned home. And as the month went on, we realized that the likelihood of us returning to a stage in the near future was looking pretty slim. So we decided to transition then to a online platform to make as much content as possible just available to people, not only to keep ourselves financially afloat, but also to kind of just try to bring joy to the community that we had built around ourselves for the last 10 years. And as soon as we could, we started looking for options to do live shows. And we successfully did 15 drive-in shows last summer. I think it might be the most of any band in the country. We certainly were the first band in Maine to do one. We sold out. Farmington was sold out every time we played up there. And thanks to the Narrow Gauge Cinema for allowing us to experiment with that. And because of those shows and because of the savings that we had built as a business over the last couple of years, we were able to employ all 9 of our team for a couple months. After that, however, when funds started to run out, we had to look towards government funding like the PPP loans to be able to release our new record, which we had planned to release in May. And unfortunately, the pandemic had changed those plans and pushed that release until August. We went from playing around, we tour the country very extensively, and a normal year we play 220 plus shows around the country and around the world, and now this year we played less than 50. And most people don't know if they aren't acquainted with the music industry, but since the advent of the streaming age and kind of how that business model went forward, artists make about 1/100 of a cent per stream. So our financial model moved entirely to performing live shows. So overnight, we watched the entirety of how we make money and support ourselves and our homes and keep the power on. We watched it all disappear, and we were scrambling to find ideas. And I consider us one of the lucky bands because we had opportunities because we're well known. We had an opportunity to bring people from all over the state to places like Farmington where they could come see a live show, and we could make some revenue and also put on an event for people that was safe because we made a decision pretty early on that we weren't going to have any type
Mr.
of.
Sherry,
Yep.
can you wrap it up in the next
yeah.
couple of sentences? Thank you.
We are just a small example of the many bands across the country, but not just there, but in the state of Maine that are in need of some type of financial help. And I know our state motto is Zero Go, which is I lead. And I think that's a great way to look at how the state has performed in the pandemic and how the state can support the arts going forward.
Are there any questions for Mr. Sherry? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, committee.
And welcome, Representative Rader.
Thank you so much. I hadn't planned on speaking, so I appreciate you accommodating me. Good afternoon, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. That's a mouthful. My name is Amy Rader, and I represent House District 125, which includes a portion of Bangor. I'm here to support this bill. You have my written testimony, so I'm going to go a little off script because you've heard all of the numbers, $1.55 billion to our state. We can't afford to lose that. In my city, the theater that I used to work at, Penobscot Theater Company, in a 2017 study was shown to have a $3 million impact on the city itself. That's not $3 million that Bangor can afford to lose. But I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of the challenges that I know that performing arts venues have faced in the pandemic. We've been nimble. In fact, I'm wearing a t-shirt right now that says, and forgive my terrible Portuguese pronunciation, but it says, "Tem gente que não vê saída, eu improviso." And that means when other people can't find a way out, I improvise. I saw all of my arts venue manager friends, all of my artistic director friends pivoting to try to continue some form of their art in the pandemic by whatever media they could, whether it was streaming or recorded or a performance out in a parking lot. They adapted. Did they overcome? No, because this is not the media in which we perform. To suggest that theaters who just pivoted online were doing equivalent work is not true, because moving online ignores the infrastructure in place, the historic buildings that we operate, the supporting of the restaurants around the theaters. And venues pivoted into what is effectively a new industry. And we're trying to compete with Netflix. And if you think of every theater performance that filmed a show and then streamed it online, they're competing with Hamilton on Disney+. It's not equivalent. We were the first people to close. We will be the last people to open. And even when we open, as you heard before, our audiences, who are largely older, are not going to come back like they did before, not until they feel safe, not until they feel secure in the building again. Maine can't afford to lose this giant piece of the economy. But moreover, there are individual stories that I'd also like to highlight. For example, when I was the education director at Penobscot Theater, there were a number of children who were in DHHS care that came to us for our summer programming. We were their place of stability, of security, of feeling confident in their abilities as they cycled through a system that maybe didn't have the time to give them that kind of care and way to blossom. We also engaged in a project with the Penobscot Nation in writing some of the Penobscot stories down in conjunction with the nation. And one of the things that I heard from participants in that program, I heard one young Penobscot actor saying that they never thought they'd see their stories on that stage. They never thought that they would hear their language spoken on a stage in front of an audience. Those are the little moments that impact people's lives profoundly. In fact, one of those kids in care that I was talking about is now the lead singer of a band that was formed in partnership with Bangor Arts Exchange and their music program there. We all work together. We're all interwoven. If one domino falls, they all do. And pretty soon, those dominoes start to affect the small businesses in the community. It starts to really hurt our bottom line. So thank you very much. I encourage you to vote ought to pass.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Representative Rader? Thank you very much for being with us today. And let's see, I'm looking in our attendee list, and it is, I think, Mr. Jack Murray. Welcome, Mr. Murray. I'm not sure, but you might be the last person registered to give testimony today. So thank you for your patience.
Not a problem.
And, you have the floor. You have our attention.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Jack Murray, and I'm the owner of a sound, lighting, and video production company. I want to say thank you for taking the time to listen to us in the live entertainment world. As a resident of Portland and having grown up actually with Frank Hopkins, watching Representative Bernard on TV as a kid in Fort Kent, I've seen how the arts play an integral role in the state from top to bottom. We're a group of people who work hard to boost the morale of the population through presenting varying types of entertainment on a daily basis. The cost of putting these shows on has drastically increased over the last number of years as cost of goods go up, cost of insurance, cost of labor. As a small business owner, I've seen my income diminish by about 90%, 90, since mid-March of 2020, while most of the expenses are still there. Over the last year, I've watched as colleagues in my industry have scratched and clawed their way into the limelight to let it be known that the industry that was the first to shut down and will be the last to open would need a massive amount of help financially to get through this. The entertainment industry has been a strong proponent of following CDC guidelines and a cheerleader for doing the right thing. As we know, if everyone does their part to move past this virus, we'll be back to work quicker. So, you know, if we're going to be the biggest advocate for keeping the public safe while sacrificing our livelihoods to do so, someone has to be there for us. Someone needs to help us financially while we're doing the right thing. So if you've ever been to a concert to see your favorite artist, or enjoyed a theater show, or shed a tear watching your son or daughter or niece or nephew at a recital, I urge you to please keep this in mind as you vote on supporting the entertainment industry citizens who are struggling in the communities that you represent. I just want to thank you for your time and your willingness to listen to us.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Murray? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Take care. And I will ask if there's anyone in the attendee list that is seeking to give testimony on this bill that we have not recognized yet. if you could raise your hand, if there's anyone in the attendee list, I'll go. Let's see. Is Breton, do you see someone?
Miss Foy, but she was neither.
She was neither. Okay, that's correct. Okay, and so no one else is giving testimony for, and I don't see anyone listed as giving testimony against, so I will ask if Miss Foy could be brought into the room. I'm seeing welcome, Ms. Foy.
Hi, good afternoon. Senator Curry, I wonder if the committee would allow me to address one thing earlier about the grant program. I just wanted to clarify something for the committee that we administered about the grants that we administered. And I can bring more information to the work session, but I felt like it was important to share.
Sure.
Just really quickly, earlier it was mentioned that the grant programs that DECD administered at the end of 2020, which the Maine Economic Recovery Grants and the hospitality grants, that for performing arts venues to qualify for those grants, that they needed to be nonprofits. And that's not the case. I know there was a lot. We did allow for nonprofits, but a performing arts venue did not need to be a nonprofit to qualify for those grants. And we did give about $4.9 million and 121 grants. Certainly not a perfect program, but I just wanted to make that clarification.
Excellent.
So moving on to my testimony. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. My name is Kate Foy. I'm the Legislative Liaison for the Department of Economic and Community Development. I'm here today to present testimony neither for nor against LD 1566. COVID-19 has created an unprecedented financial crisis for the live entertainment and performing arts venues in Maine and throughout the entire country. We know how incredibly challenging this last year has been for businesses in this industry and are grateful for the hard work that all Maine businesses and organizations are doing to keep their doors open, their employees safe, and their communities strong. We are closely monitoring the federal program, the Shuttered Venue Grant, which is now open and targeted specifically to support these venues. We are aware of the challenges with the tool that the federal government has used, but we understand it is now open for applications. We do not have the financial resources to support organizations at the level that the federal government does, so we are encouraging organizations to seek that route first. It is our intent to try to supplement the need after that program has been awarded. We look forward to working with the bill sponsor and others over the coming months. There are a couple of concerns with the resolve as written that we believe we can work together on if needed. DECD's authority to provide grants to performers and non-employee workers is unlikely under any federal program and is also unlikely under current statute. Language around supporting public art is also unlikely to be allowable under current statute. As written, this resolve creates the use of rules for the use of federal funds. Treasury has not yet issued the rules for those funds received through the American Rescue Plan Act. In addition, there were no state dollars used for the grant program that was referenced in the resolve summary. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions from the committee.
Seeing no questions, I trust you'll be available for the work session.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Ms. Breton, is there anyone else in the attendee list who is here to speak on this bill?
I do not believe so.
With that, we will close the public hearing for LD 1566. And Ms. Breton, if you could shift Ms. Foy and Representative Collins to the attendee list, be great. Thank you. We'll now open up the public hearing for LD 1583, an act to enhance private property protections using modern technology. And Ms. Breton, if you could shift Senator Bennett into the panelist. Welcome, Senator Bennett.
Thank you so much, Senator Curry. Good to be with you. What a fascinating array of issues your committee gets to deal with. I've been paying attention all morning and afternoon here, and it's great. I'm learning a lot. But Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. My name is Rick Bennett. I live in Oxford, and I have the honor of representing the beautiful foothills and lakes region of Western Maine in the Maine Senate. I am pleased to sponsor LD 1583, an act to enhance private property protections using modern technology, for your consideration today. A full 94% of our state is privately owned. Fortunately, Maine has a long-standing tradition of private landowners allowing public use of their property. This practice is known as permissive access. In layman's terms, this means if it's not posted, the public is welcome to use it. This tradition brings millions of dollars each year to the Department of Conservation, which relies heavily on it for the interstate ATV and snowmobile trail systems. The Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, which relies on the revenue from hunting and fishing licenses, would be defunct without it. The multi-million-dollar tourism industry would be crippled if it were not for the generosity of our private landowners. An accepted premise of permissive access is that an individual seeking to use another person's land usually asks first. The challenge with ask first is that it is sometimes a difficult, even arduous task to find out who to ask. The most convenient and accurate way to find out is through the use of tax maps, as they contain all pertinent information regarding ownership. However, some small municipalities have limited hours of operation, making it difficult to access necessary documents. Additionally, with today's remote world, they can be nearly impossible to obtain. Private companies use apps such as HuntStand and OnX Hunt to show boundaries. However, these apps are displaying nothing more than outdated mined data from the state's GEO parcels map. The initial representation of property boundaries that are shown on the state's GEO parcels map were part of a federal grant from years ago. That information has now become obsolete as land ownership and boundaries change. So this bill, LD 1583, would facilitate putting that important information at the public's fingertips by using existing information and technology. The bill directs the Office of Geographic Information Systems to create a pilot program in Oxford County that uses geographic information system technology to assist landowners in identifying their property for a specified public use, and allows the engagement of public and private entities to develop software to carry out the program's purpose. The key is in updating and keeping current information already available on the existing state GIS platform. So I ask for your favorable consideration of this measure, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Senator Bennett. Are there questions for Senator Bennett? Chair recognizes Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Bennett, have you talked to the municipalities about their tax map data and how that information would be included with this?
I haven't done that. I advanced this. This idea came to me through a constituent, and he's done a lot of research, and he'll be testifying after me, and so he probably has some of that information available. And I don't want to go too fast. That's why it is created as a pilot program. I think that there's a lot to work out here, but let me, if I may, I just expand on the nature of your question a little bit, because I've been dealing, for example, in the Environment and Natural Resources Committee where I serve, you know, there's constantly I see popping up this GIS research service that we have in the state. And I keep thinking, boy, it would be so much more valuable if it weren't quite as siloed as it is, and even in state policy making, when mapping certain things. So I guess the underlying purpose of this for me is just to get GIS out of a silo and start thinking creatively about how we can apply it and the information contained therein to a bunch of public policy concerns. And this is one that my constituent thought of, and I thought it was a good idea for a kind of a pilot. I know that's not entirely responsive, Representative, but hopefully Mr. Ripley can address that as well when he testifies.
Chair recognizes Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Senator Bennett. How are you?
I'm great. Glad to be in your committee.
It's the best, I'm telling you. When you refer to permissive access, can you say the phrase again, that we operate under that with the understanding of asking for permission?
I think most people do. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm only laughing because appropriately you answered yes, most people do. So it's a gesture of goodwill, is it not written, or is it just a gesture?
I think it's a gesture. I think we have a long-standing tradition. It's just a cultural thing, I think, of being neighborly to let people know, that you want to hunt on their land. People did that with me all the time. We own some land here in Oxford and Androscoggin counties, and often people knock on my door or give me a call and say, "Hey, do you mind if I hunt here?" And on parts of our land, we're very much open to it. On other parts that are close to the house, which is kind of remote, we like to let them know that that's not a good area to hunt, because a stray bullet may come up in our yard, and they may not even know it. So I think because there's a lot of people that live in little remote corners tucked away in the forest, like I do, that most people are reflective of that and responsible and do that. And I just think here we could use the GIS system a bit more creatively in allowing people to delineate those things and make it easier for hunters and other people who want to use the property to know who to contact, and they can go on the system, get the name and address, phone number maybe, and just get more directly in touch.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And Chair recognizes Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Bennett, for joining us this afternoon and hanging in there. Okay, so my wheels are turning. As the committee knows, I'm a database geek.
Oh, good. You know more about it than I do.
But I also remember seeing something over the winter on New Center, Maine. I believe it was a Colby student who created an app that basically gave access and showed you all the snowmobile trail that went through the state that were on private land. So I'm wondering if what you're trying to do is something like that, but also for hunting, or you're thinking both, or I'm just trying to wrap my brain around it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I mean, that would be one. I think the private sector, look, I don't want the state writing apps. That's not the point. Just for clarity. I think that the data that we have and the GIS system has and could pull in from municipalities, if we thought a little bit more broadly about it, could really stimulate a lot of creative private sector people, like the person you mentioned. I'm familiar with that app, and others at the University of Maine kids are doing this all the time. And I just think there's a little bit of a silo there, and I'm not accusing anybody of anything. It's just the way things go, and I just would like to sort of break that down and start thinking how can we make this bucket of information, which is quite amazing, how to make that more accessible for people to be creative about getting information out into the wider world, and let apps get created, let people be find ways of just simplifying lives, making government work better by using the technology that already exists. And I don't want to be prescriptive, and that's why I go with a pilot program.
Just one follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Sure, go ahead.
You said you don't want to see the government making apps, but how do you envision? I know it's a pilot program, but so I'm trying to envision what is this interface? What is it looking like? Is it?
Yeah, well, there are some apps out there of people use hunting, for example. I mentioned a couple in my testimony, and maybe it involves GIS, like reaching out to some of those folks and saying, like, how can we make this information more accessible and available to you to do something like this, and keep it small. I don't want to like drain a lot of state resources for this unless proof of concept works out, but just to kind of get them out thinking about ways of connecting with those folks who are creative. And you mentioned a good one, maybe asking them to reach out to or having some avenue for communication with people who are thinking creatively about the use of information. How to do that, and getting them to kind of open the door a bit.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Seeing no other questions. Thank you very much, Senator Bennett.
Great to be with you. Thank you. Good luck.
And next, I think there is one other person in the attendee list, Mr. John Giles.
I think we have him and Troy Ripley.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'll bring them both in.
Okay, great. And welcome, Mr. Giles.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I believe Mr. Ripley had some time constraints and was requesting.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I did see that text. I will, Mr. Ripley, if you want to go ahead.
Can you? Hey,
we can. Yes, we can see and hear you.
Local school board, so I'm vaguely familiar with the Zoom thing. Good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the committee. My name is Troy Ripley, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 1583. I'm involved with this issue as a direct result of the death of my daughter, Megan Ripley, who, while on our property, was shot and killed by hunter Timothy Bede in 2006. Even more recently, in 2017, Robert Trundy shot and killed Karen Retzel in Hebron while she was on her own property. A review in both these cases finds statements to the effect of, I'm not sure whose land it is, when they were being questioned by the wardens and or state police. Though no rule, bill, or law could regulate poor decisions made by Bina Trundy on those fateful days, I do speculate what might have been prevented had they had access to the information LD 1583 proposes. They both had access to technology platforms demonstrated by their social media accounts at the time. Information and real-time communications is evidenced by this committee meeting itself, as we're talking from around the state in different locations, but we're talking as though we're in the same room. As Senator Bennett's introduction was very effective in outlining some of the benefits and shortcomings of the available data at the present, I won't go over them. Instead, what I hope to bring to you today is a perspective of how what I believe up-to-date data, along with real-time access and information LD 1583 would provide, could be an important benefit and an aspect of our public safety policies. My understanding is that several state agencies are currently working on this type of geodata for their own needs, but not as a unified effort, nor as a means of public access. Finally, I'd like to reiterate that this bill asks for no data on private property or individuals that's not already required by state law, such as tax information data. I ask for your favorable consideration and thank you for your valuable time. And I'd be glad to answer any of your questions you may have about this issue, as I've been researching and involved in it for several years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ripley. Are there any questions from the committee? Chair recognizes Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Ripley, and I'm very sorry to hear about what began you on this course. But I'm interested to know if you found anything out talking to businesses or organizations. I mean, what I would envision is a Google Maps that superimposes the tax map data or the GIS data that the state already has. And is something like that, have you come across anything like that from any tech companies or anything?
Well, I have come across, I just thought it would be something simple. Click, point. I'm not really tech savvy. I know Mr. Giles behind me is he's the tech savvy kind of guy. So what I have found is that tax map data by some municipalities is actually uploaded to the state's geoparcels map, but that's not a requirement and it costs money. So how do you get that done? Not every town has tax maps. My understanding is that West Gardner doesn't even have them. So having talked with Mr. Giles and also O'Donnell and Associates who do tax maps, there's some connectivity that would have to take place, and that and I don't mean to speak as an expert, but I guess the computer languages aren't the same. So it's not so much as a click and point or download to another platform. So that's where it needs to be worked out. The avenue of tax maps, I think, is one that warrants investigation, because annually we're required, each municipality is required to review the tax data. So it could be an annual point to update information. And also that the realities are, even tax map data and or if someone were to say, I own from point A to point B, is that the deed, which is in every registry, would be the real truth in lending, shall we say, if it came down to this tax map data isn't necessarily as accurate as it needs to be. So the other issue would certainly be that it wouldn't be a foolproof system. It wouldn't be a 100% accurate system, but it would certainly be a tool that people who want to use that 94% have to make in good faith an effort to contact the private landowner. And so O'Donnell, who does tax maps, Mr. Giles, who's coming behind me, Giles coming behind me, they're the experts in the data linkage part of it. But so I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Chair recognizes Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ripley, outside of hunting, do you see any other uses for having easy access to the GIS information?
Yeah, I think hunting, where the obviously you're bringing a weapon onto somebody's property, is more of a really need to be paying attention. Many people don't necessarily understand an address if they were to try to get a hold of emergency. If they said, hey, I'm out behind John Andrews' house, what does that really mean? So I can see that it would be useful that way. The snowmobile club, ATV club, when they want to maneuver up and down the corridors to change the trail system left or right, it would probably be beneficial to them to be able to know with a limited amount of accuracy that they may be wandering towards Mr. Andrews' property, and they're not necessarily on Mr. Ripley's anymore. I know with the two apps that Senator Bennett mentioned, that they used the old data from the early 90s or maybe mid 90s. And just like when we're going in our vehicles and our Garmin or TomTom or whatever it is showing us where we're walking, on X Hunt is the one I have. It shows you you're walking from my property over towards Mr. Andrews' property. So a hiker, a fisherman, anybody that really wants to use that outdoors, and to Representative Austin's question, and get along with landowners and do the right thing and ask, it would facilitate that. So thanks, John.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions. And, Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ripley, to your point, this is so ironic. It's almost frightening. Over this last weekend, two different folks known to me shared information where they each have somewhere around, I'd say close to 50-acre plots adjacent to their homes. And they have now found tree stands. One property owner has two that were not okayed, and I think the other one may have one. It's just, so I just add that for information on the ground of what exactly can happen if people do not either know to ask or who to ask or care to ask. So I just give that as just general information. Do you think that helps you in any way? That's my question. Don't you think this helps you just a little bit to help us?
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Absolutely, it does, and I know that the Department of the IF&W that Senator Searway is on that also takes great lengths to emphasize ask first. And but as Senator Bennett said, that's where it stops. They, many a time my mother encouraged me to do things that I didn't, and that I think it would be another tool in everybody's toolbox to facilitate doing the right thing. And that a lot of people posting requirements and/or marking of requirements is arduous at best. It's, and I don't want to go over the trespass laws in this. It's every 100 feet on a tree or purple, and if someone is injured, disabled, or getting to be like me, kind of chubby and lazy, and have to walk around 240 acres, it can become arduous. And so was the property marked? Where was it? The circumstances of that would be known. So I believe it's a tool to, as Senator Bennett said, get the GIS data out of the silo and make it available and help people do the right thing as they're using other people's property. So yes, I do think it would help.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Sure, go ahead.
I'll be brief. The other thing that can happen is kind of like a dual downward slide, is one of the properties is bordered on a fairly significant town road on each side. So the people coming in from the further side may have thought they were fine, but they don't realize that they have walked through and probably crossed that line, to your point. And the other thing is, I do know the wardens are great about that, and they have their own public land relations officer, but I think there's only one of them, and this is a pretty damn big state. So I'll close for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, I will thank you, Mr. Ripley, for your testimony, and I am sorry for your loss.
Thank you. Thank all of you.
Welcome, Mr. Is it Giles or Giles?
It's Giles, but I answered to either. It's been a lifelong affliction, so.
Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and my own faithful representative, Susan Austin. Nice to see you again, Susan. And members of the Committee on Innovation Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. I'm here to speak in support of LD 1583, and I appreciate the opportunity to support. I'm here to speak as a licensed Maine land surveyor, as a digital mapping professional working with GIS data, and generally I am in support of advancing digital parcel mapping throughout the state. I could read the rest of my testimony, or I could, answer your questions that you've been asking all along to Troy's comments and Senator Bennett's comments. This is something that I've done for many years. I've mapped actually, or converted the mapping for a lot of the Oxford County communities over the years, and can speak directly to your questions if that'd be more useful time than me reading the rest of my prepared statement. So
you're welcome to go either way. If you'd like to just kind of go after the questions that you've heard, that might be helpful.
Okay, sure. So basically this data is volunteered by Maine municipalities and hosted in a collection of parcel mapping by the Maine Office of GIS and the Maine Library of Geographic Information, also known as the Maine GeoLibrary Board. I'm the past chair of the GeoLibraries Board. I've done parcel mapping projects throughout the state before. I probably have done, 80 towns or something over my career. The idea of the parcel mapping is that it's not a state requirement, but the state provides the mechanism to collect the data in a standardized way. The data is volunteered by towns who have it or have paid to create it. In the past, we've had some different grant programs that have funded the creation of data throughout the state. That data is collected. We ask towns to volunteer updates from year to year, but in the year-to-year budgeting constraints that a lot of small towns have, they simply don't budget the money or have the money to pay for the updates. The initial creation of the data is the most expensive part, and then the updates are done annually as the tax maps are updated. This bill would allow a pilot project to be done in Oxford County that would basically allow Oxford County towns to get their data updated to more current conditions. There are probably 5 to 8 towns that don't have parcel data yet that we're aware of. And this, if there's funding for this project, that would help fund the mapping of those towns. I could tell you which towns those are. Recently compiled a lot of that data together for a GeoLibrary discussion. It would be very much like Google Maps. Google Maps is just one of several different sort of GIS mapping platforms. This data that we create is created in open data format so that it can be used in Google, it can be used in other proprietary mapping systems, and it can be downloaded by app developers, as Senator Bennett mentioned earlier, so they can use that and provide that to their customers. It's a great way of making data that is otherwise only accessible on paper or on hard copy Mylar film, make it available digitally for spurring innovation and economic development. I've spent many years in the private sector and the public sector. And in the private sector, we use this sort of data all the time to support economic development projects, to get to reduce costs for surveys and engineering projects for clients. Helps with land conservation, and it helps with developing land for different purposes, whether it's a large commercial development or residential developments. It's an underpinning data layer to a lot of Maine's economic activity. And to Representative Roberts' questions earlier about the snowmobile app, saw that on the news as well. And think of that as just one layer that can be superimposed with the parcel mapping to see, well, where are these trails? Whose property does it cross? As a land surveyor, I don't know if there's any other land surveyors who are going to testify today. I'm a little sensitive about property boundary accuracy. This is not a super accurate, way of representing properties, but it is what the tax maps show the parcel lines to be. And that's a great starting point.
I'll ask you to wrap up there, and we might have some questions for you.
Sure.
So,
okay.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Giles? Yep, Chair recognizes Representative Pebworth.
Actually, I think Representative Andrews' hand up before mine.
Chair oh, I'm sorry, your background is very yellow right where your hand shows up. Chair recognizes Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there an existing mechanism for towns to upload their data so that it's accessible statewide?
Yes.
And what would that be?
The State GeoLibrary Board and the main office of GIS work together and basically have an open call to towns to contribute their data. And the data is taken in and added to the composite of all the parcel mapping of the organized towns.
And do most towns have digital aspects of their maps online already? They just need to upload it?
No, a lot don't. A lot might have a scanned tax map. So they take the hard copy paper down to the local Staples or Kinko's or engineering company in some cases, and they have them scanned on a large format scanner. That's different than what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here is a scalable, superimposable version of it that is not just a scanned image.
Okay. Chair recognizes Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today. Can you just give me a couple of sentences that describe the pilot program? Like what would be happening? I see there's a January 2023 date included in the legislation.
As I understand the bill, those details remain to be worked out. I will say that both the main office of GIS and the GeoLibrary Board have run similar programs and grant programs before using state funds. We've used bond issue money as well as federal and I think some state funds. That basically what we do is we put a call out to the towns and have them contribute the data that already exists. In some cases, where towns don't have the data, we would solicit bids to have a private sector company perhaps do that, or perhaps a local regional council of governments or regional planning commission. Those details really need to be worked out, I think, as far as how the data would be created. And I do know from recent budget discussions with the main office of GIS, there is no money in their budget currently for this, but that certainly is something that's within the power of the legislature to change, I would suppose. The State GeoLibrary Board does not have ongoing appropriations or any funding source. We're a group of volunteers that attempts to herd the cats together and get the data collected on a volunteer basis or pool state, local, and private sector monies together to get projects like this done.
Chair recognizes Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John, good to see you.
Yes.
I think you may have included this, I'm not sure, but you're probably well aware that Gray has, within this last year, they have created an open space committee, which of course would be your segment of volunteerism. And it's become very, excuse me again, become very popular here in Cumberland County. Wouldn't they be a valuable tool to actually help on that for the towns, or how could they interplay with this?
Right. So data like this for a town committee like that would be instrumental. I mean, it would be heads and tails better than working with paper maps. It would allow them to assess and locate and depict, where approximate boundaries of these tax parcels are, and will allow them to do an inventory of land and see what assets are there available, and say the aerial photos that the GeoLibrary helps get acquired statewide. If without it, you're kind of working with one arm tied behind your back.
Mm-hmm. So they could be a good collaborative team player.
Yeah, what we try to do is use town-based initiatives like that to suggest that they update the existing parcel mapping for the town and supply that to us, and then we provide a simple, for free hosting mechanism for the public to view that mapping on. It's nowhere near as robust or full of the tools that you would need to have, for a hunting, based app or for a snowmobile based app. But it meets the public records requirements of showing this data to the public, and it gives towns without a lot of money a free web mapping resource until such time as they can feel comfortable budgeting the money for a more robust one. A few years ago, I worked with the town of Poland within their economic development committee to create data for such an app when the states sort of outgrew what the state app could provide. They created their own through a private sector company, and I helped create some of the data that went on that web mapping app.
Don't you think you'd be a good guest speaker for one of these committees?
I have a feeling I'm going to get a call, Sue.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Chair recognizes Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just got a little deja vu from last session on the ACF committee when you're talking about this. Yeah, okay, you know where I'm going. So
yeah, we weren't successful in the funding.
Right. So this seems like there's going to be a state funding aspect to this in the geo mapping. And I know we ran into some hurdles, and it was like regarding positions that were shared with other departments. Am I correct?
Yes, there in the effort to continually try to make this system work more efficiently and more effectively for the state and all the people that we serve. We were asking for there to be a funding mechanism that's different than what is now, and perhaps support services from another state department or agency than where it is now. And that was through DACF as opposed to DAFs or the Office of Information Technology, where the main office of GIS is currently housed.
That was the shared position I was thinking of. So do you see this as needing that funding for the state being integral in this pilot program? Because that seemed to be muddy and not been able to get worked through, and I don't know if it's in the works again or
not that I'm aware of. For the pilot project, it's probably not necessary. I think if we're going to solve this problem statewide, and have this sort of data available for the entire state, we would need to look at a mechanism like that or for more support than we have right now. But I think this session, we're just looking at this pilot project to address Senator Bennett's, and his constituents' requests. And so often GIS data is thought of as being, for conservation or for economic development. This is a main heritage sort of tie-in, supporting hunting and fishing and land use, and that's why I wanted to speak today, because I think it's a great example of how multifaceted this data can be, and it's not just for hardcore economic development and for conservation purposes. It's for day-to-day activities that, as Mainers, we all enjoy.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Giles.
Anytime. If you have any more questions, you got my contact info.
Thank you. Ms. Breton, is there anyone else in the attendee room that is interested in giving testimony on this bill, that is registered to give testimony?
There is nobody left there registered for this LD.
All right. So with that, having heard all the testimony, we will close the public hearing on LD 1566. Nope. Was that 15?
83.
No. Thank you. 1583. So we are now at LD 1615, an act to implement strategies related to blockchain, cryptocurrency, and other financial technology.
You have nobody signed up. The sponsor said he was not ready, and I have no registrants for this
Okay, so
public
this
hearing.
is, oh, okay, so,
And it's a concept draft.
it's a concept draft. So, with that, I will, close the public hearing and entertain a motion to move into work session. So moved, this motion, Representative Pebworth to move into work session. Second, Representative Geiger. All those in favor? Okay. So we'll open up the work session on 16:15. Is there a motion on the floor? My understanding is the bill sponsor is not ready to do this. Representative Bernard. We could also a motion or a comment, or discussion. So Chair recognizes Representative Bernard.
Sorry, I was going to make a motion, Mr. Chair.
That would be fine.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that LD 1615 ought not to pass.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Chair recognizes Representative Hassenfuss.
Does anybody here really understand Bitcoin? Because it can.
I was looking forward to this. I thought, oh my God, I'll learn something here. I have no idea what any of these things are.
It's incredibly confusing, but let's ought not to pass and bring it back another day.
Yeah. So is there any other comment? Is the committee ready to, let's see, it's been moved and seconded. We ready for the vote? Looks like it. Ms. Breton, would you call the roll?
Okay. I did not get who seconded. I saw a bunch of hands, so.
I saw Representative Ducharme.
Okay, thank you. I have to put somebody on the list. So we have an ought not to pass motion made by Representative Bernard, seconded by Representative Ducharme. So if you're in favor of ought not to pass, you'll be voting yes. If you're opposed, you'll be voting no. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews.
Yes.
Representative Andrews, yes. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore is absent. Senator Lupini is absent. Senator Siaway.
Yes.
Senator Siaway, yes. Representative Ducharme.
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin.
With a heavy heart, yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss.
Yes, Bitcoin will remain unregulated for another session.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey. Oops, we've lost there he is, yes. Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts. Oops, have we lost
Representative Roberts.
Guess we did. Let me make sure I didn't move it to attendee first. That's embarrassing when I do that to you guys, but.
Yeah. I think I would have heard about it.
Thank you, Senator Representative Bailey, for not noticing when I moved you back. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. So that is 10 in the affirmative, 3 absent. And I too was looking forward to knowing what Bitcoin was, so I was sort of interested in this one.
So with the unanimous of those present, we will the report will be ought not to pass, and we will close the work session on LD 1615. At this point, I'd like to is a 5-minute break in order? Do we need a little time? That 5 minutes? Okay, we'll come back in 5 minutes. We have 3 work sessions. So.
And I emailed the bill analyses just now, so they're in your email. They're not in the electronic LD file. I wasn't able to do that while we were working.
Okay.
Water, Sue.
So big day. We're in May. This is May. So and welcome back, Representative Ducharme, and I hope your press conference went well. We'll come back at 2:54. Welcome back. And we are going to open, I'm going to take these slightly out of order. I'm going to, Ms. Olson, I'll open up the LD 1309, the work session on LD 1309, an act to address systemic racism and improve economic prosperity. I don't see Representative Talbot Ross. I did not expect the representative. I was informed that the representative was not able to bring together a bill in time, and so was encouraging an ought not to pass vote. I'm looking for Representative Roberts. Is Representative Roberts back with us? Not at this point. Okay.
And Chair Curry, she won't be back this afternoon. She had an appointment. So
okay.
If all hell breaks loose, so to speak, then I will step in.
Thank you. I'm happy to have your assistance.
And her aide just told me that she would be logging on.
Who is that?
Her aide over in the House Democratic office just told me that Ms. Talbot Ross will be logging.
Oh, okay.
Right on.
Well, very good. The message came through Representative Roberts. That's why I was asking, and so I was trying to get a confirmation. So she's doing that right now?
I just got off the phone with them.
Great, thank you.
Representative Newman is not going to be with us for LD 992.
Okay. It is a busy time in the legislature. Sorry for the delay, folks. I would have switched around, or I wouldn't have switched around their order if I had known. So there we go.
We could do a language review while we wait.
That would be great. Do you have a simple one?
I do. I only have simple ones actually for us today. So it's just really just to make sure get them in front of the committee. Of LD 149, which is an act to facilitate licensure for credentialed individuals from other jurisdictions. The committee voted ought to pass as amended as a majority and a minority report with a variation in the two versions. I'm just going to share them, and if everyone just lets me know when Representative Talbot Ross is here, and I will cease. So just the majority committee amendment to LD 149. This was the department's bill about licensure for credentialed individuals. The majority wanted me to add the phrase to section 4 of the bill after consultation with the appropriate licensing board, commission, or personnel administering a regulatory function of the office, which mirrors the language that was in section 3 as well, just to make sure that the commissioner is working with those agencies, in this case, when it comes to waiving examination fees and license fees. The same change was made in the minority report in that section 4, but the minority report also requested that in section 10 of the bill, referring to licensure by endorsement, the addition of the following language: the office or a licensing board or commission within the office shall issue to the applicant written notification of approval, denial, or a request for more information within 60 days of receiving a completed application and fee, if any, pursuant to section 8003 subsection 2A, paragraph D, that's the fee that's being referred here if there's going to be a fee from the applicant. So the committee requested that sort of to speed up the process to make sure that things are moving. And when it comes to licensure for endorsement, that they have the 60-day notice requirement. And it's either approval, denial, or a request for more information.
So for those on the majority report who voted for the majority report, is anyone opposed to that language? You'll have to say something because I can't.
I'm just gonna stop if that's okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yep, that'd be great.
I can always put them back.
Could she tell us who's on the majority and who's on the minority
I
report?
can.
I
I wasn't totally, didn't have them right at hand, but I do have them now. The majority report, and I believe there were some absence. So Jody, correct me if I've missed one. Actually, the minority report was Representative Andrews, Collmore, and Ducharme. And Senator Lucchini was absent. I don't have a record of how he voted, but and everyone else was in the majority report.
So for those on the majority report, was anyone opposed? Seeing none. And for those on the minority report, do you need that put up again?
See, it's 10-3 was the final vote.
Thank you,
Okay.
Jody.
So it would be the three that Ms. Olson referenced.
Representative Ducharme and Representative Andrews, would you like me to share that again?
I think I'm good. It was just the addition of the notification language, correct?
Yes.
I agree with Jack.
Okay, great. And are we still waiting or are we ready?
We are still waiting, and so
Okay.
I will either let's do one more, and then I'll go to then we'll go into work session. We'll shift it to a different bill. So let's go ahead to the second language review.
Okay, second language review. Again, these are nice and simple ones. I have a bunch out for review, so we'll see how Thursday gets filled. This was LD 110, which was an act to clarify prepayment requirements in home construction contracts. The bill was struck and replaced with a total change to the title. So this is for the Sunrise Review and Legislative Report Fund. I have a majority and minority report. The difference had to do with the appropriations and allocations section. The biggest change you'll note is actually that I've taken away information in the appropriations and allocations section and just given a description. That's because the fiscal office will actually write the official terminology for the appropriations and allocations section. The majority report put forward $40,000 beginning in fiscal year 21-22 funds not to lapse and should be carried over as an ongoing appropriation, and the minority report put forward $10,000 instead. And pulling up the voting sheet.
Does everyone remember where they were on this one?
It was 6, 4, and then 2 ought not to pass. And Senator Lucchini was the only one not to vote. That's why it equals 12.
So we've got 12. So of the majority, is anyone opposed? Hearing none. Of the minority, is anyone
And again,
opposed?
this is the minority whose report was ought to pass as amended with the second version of the amendment. And again, as Ms. Breton pointed out, there were 2 individuals who just voted ought not to pass as their minority report.
Right. So the minority ought to pass as amended with the $10,000 amendment, and I don't remember who was in that report.
Representative Collmore, Senator Searway, Representative Austin, and Representative Bernard, I believe.
Is anyone opposed? Any of you four have a problem with that? That looks right.
And again, when I get the fiscal note, which will actually have that appropriations and allocations page, I will email that to the committee for review.
I just wanted to say that I would be willing to, move down to 30 if the minority is willing to come up there. I don't know if that's a thought or not, but I'm willing to move to that spot anyway.
That would getting into that would be a vote to reconsider, and I haven't seen an interest in doing that. So. Okay. All right. So with that, I'm going to close the work session on 1309. I'm going to open the work session on 919. We'll go in order. So this is LD 919 and Representative Bernard. Before we get into this and do anything, I wanted to check in with you. Have you heard from Representative Collimore today?
I did.
Yeah, great.
I did. And she asked that this bill be carried over.
So, so I wanted to confirm that. So our process on the carryover is we're going to be hanging on to, because we don't know, one, we have to request it and we only get so many. And so what we'll need to do is we could table it, and then on the day we consider all the consider whatever's left over, what we haven't been able to get to, that will be our we'll get to it at that point. So there's no promises at this point in terms of carryover, but it's kind of the same question in terms for all the bills that we're hoping to be able to carry over. So I would encourage tabling at this point, and then we try to figure out how, what the committee's interest is for whatever bills we can't get to at the end of this session. Does that make sense?
Sure. I just wanted to ask a question. I noticed on the other committee that I work on, they've been kind of watching it happen as we've been asking for bills to be carried over, and they'll say, are we getting close to is it 10% or whatever?
10% were the instructions we got. Yeah, so
Right.
we are at 6. What that means 6 for us. So
Okay.
yeah.
And
So
we don't know, do we know how many have been requested up to now?
I think I don't. I think we're the big wild card for me. I'll just is these, like, we still have 6 that haven't been referred, and if in that last or 4 to 6 that haven't been referred to us, so that we haven't even seen yet. And so if there is something rich and amazing that the committee wants to deal with, locking in carryover requests at this point would concern me, because there might, and so having those options at the end, I think, will be important for us. Clearly, there will be a date that we get instructions on regarding what date they want to hear about all that we carry over, and at that point, we'll have to make the call. So would you? Well, I see other people have questions. So, Representative Austin.
I think Representative Bailey was first.
Representative Bailey.
I was going to make a motion. I'm happy.
Oh, no.
I was gonna,
Back to Representative Austin.
Whoops.
We need to get in that community room together.
Are you sure? Anyway, can Miss Olson tell us how many we have tabled? Could we get a little bit of a hint of where we might be standing on just ones that we've set in that posture?
Miss Olson, how many have we tabled and yes, can you?
At this point, there are, so as Senator Curry mentioned, we have 8 still expected to be referred to the committee that have not come out of the revisor's office, or I should say have just not been referred to the committee as of yet. That's just a number, there's nothing tied to it. There are 2 concept drafts that the committee has not heard. And there's one bill that was tabled last Thursday, but is on the schedule. The seasonal tourism industry grants that was tabled last week, but it has been scheduled or will be scheduled when we get out of committee today, and I can do that.
There's adding to that would be Representative Ducharme's bill from earlier today.
Yes, then of course the bills that we have heard today.
Yeah.
So we're in pretty good shape right now.
My suggestion would be a motion to table, and that way we can come back to this.
So moved.
I'll
Representative
second.
Bailey.
Yes.
Motion to table for Representative Bailey. Representative Ducharme has seconded it. That is not debatable. All those in favor, raise your hand for tabling this bill. Okay, very good. I think we had a majority. Representative Austin, for a brief second, your hands were fading in and out of the background filter, and not all your fingers were showing up. So, okay. Let's see. We will now move on to let's see here. We'll now move on to LD 992. Act to prevent the denial or revocation of a professional or business license for a violation not related to the profession or business. Ms. Olson, can you walk us through the bill analysis?
I am happy to do that again for a second time. The committee heard LD 992 and had a work session on it. At the time, Representative
Thank you very much.
Newman.
I forgot.
Yep,
I
no,
forgot
that's fine.
where our status on this.
We're doing a lot, so I'm surprised I can keep it all together. But last I checked, that's my job. So I hope I'm doing a good job. Representative Newman did put forward some ideas that could have been used to put together an amendment, as the bill in its original form is a concept draft. And at the work session, the committee decided to table the bill in anticipation of language being put together and brought forward.
This sounds like this is another bill that's not quite ready in that. So we don't have any amendment that's been prepared, correct? And the bill sponsor is not here?
I have not received any amendment.
Okay, all right. Is there anyone that wishes to make a motion? Senator Searway.
I make a motion not to pass.
Is there a second? It's been seconded by Representative Hassenfuss. Thank you. And any more comment? Ms. Bratton, would you call the roll?
Sure. So I have an ought not to pass motion made by Senator COA, seconded by Representative Hassenfuss. So if you're in favor of ought not to pass, you'll be voting yes. If you're opposed, you'll be voting no. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews.
I'm sorry, which LD? This is 919?
992.
992.
It's a concept draft, an act to prevent the denial or revocation of a professional or business license for violation not related to the profession or business. And it's concept draft.
It has no language written in it.
Yes.
Representative Andrews, yes. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore is absent. Senator Lucchini is absent. Senator COA?
Yes.
Senator COA, yes. Representative Ducharme?
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin?
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard?
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts is absent. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That's 10 in the affirmative, 3 absent.
With a unanimous vote from all those present, the report will be ought not to pass. And we will close the work session on LD 992. Now I'll open up the work session on LD 1309. Ms. Breton, is anyone in the attendee list for this bill?
The only person in the attendee list is Mr. London. He was here for the first 2 bills, I believe. I don't believe he's here for this one.
Okay, so Representative Pebworth.
So your understanding, Chair Curry, is that the sponsor communicated with the House Chair regarding this bill and suggested an ought not to pass?
That's my understanding, correct?
I would make a motion ought not to pass.
Okay. Second? Senator Searway.
Yeah, second.
Any further discussion? Ms. Breton, would you call the roll?
I have an ought not to pass motion made by Representative Pepworth, seconded by Senator Seaway. So if you want in favor of ought not to pass, you'll be voting yes. If you're opposed, you'll be voting no. Representative Geiger.
Yes to ought not to pass.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews.
Yes.
Representative Andrews, yes. Representative Pepworth.
Yes.
Representative Pepworth, yes. Representative Collmore is absent. Senator Lupini is absent. Senator Seaway.
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme.
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin.
Yeah. Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss.
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts is absent. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That's 10 in the affirmative, 3 absent.
Having received the majority of those present, or unanimous vote of those present, LD 1309, the report from this committee will be ought not to pass. And we'll close the work session on LD 1309. Ms. Olson, I think I heard you reference that you had three language reviews for us. Is that correct?
I may have said that, but I am finished with language reviews for today.
Oh, that's so exciting. So we did have, I am looking now for Commissioner Johnson. And I don't see Commissioner Johnson in the attendee list. I know they've had a pretty big day, so I want to, if we can hang out for just a second, we'll, Commissioner Johnson, because so much of the economic recovery plan was going to be related to economic development, that strategies that fall under this committee's purview, they wanted to give it a specific briefing to us.
Would you like me to call?
Would you
Commissioner
please?
Johnson's?
Or, yes. Or Ms. Foy.
While we're
Just
waiting, I
texted
just
her.
want. Go ahead.
Great, thank you.
While we're waiting, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I just want to let you know on Thursday, I have criminal justice all day too. So I'm going to be kind of trying to hear for the voting and stuff, but it's going to be a tough one.
so Representative Bernard, are you able to be here on Thursday? I know you're balancing a couple committees also. I think I am here, so we should have the Senate represented.
Yeah, this is my first priority. And then when I can, I go to the other.
Gotcha. Excellent.
I will be out in, well, I'm getting my vaccine at some point in the morning, so I might just be like I'll be via wireless. So I may cut in and out for a few minutes here, but I'll be mostly here. And
It is interesting the ways in which members have been able to participate in the committee. We've seen you all in various, well, I believe you've been in various places.
Yeah.
So with good filtered backgrounds.
Yeah.
what Senator Searway didn't tell you about his Dare Band days is that I used to be a groupie. And I was up there dancing like crazy when I was a kid.
Yeah.
We did learn some new things about Senator Searway today. That and dancing on the stage at the Waterville Opera House.
Yeah,
So,
to tap and jazz.
awesome. That's wonderful.
I'm sorry I missed that.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
My daughter signed me up.
Have we been able to get any response?
I haven't heard back from her yet.
Okay. I'm just making sure no one else has reached out to me.
I want to give her a call.
Okay. Thank you. I'm reaching out to Ms. Foy.
We do have a new revised calendar out for Thursday with a public hearing first before the work sessions. It's all uploaded to the web, so just wanted you to be aware that it's there.
Commissioner Johnson will be jumping on right in a minute here.
Excellent. Thank you. So yes, let's just highlight that. So on Thursday, we have put an act to ensure LD 1641. We've moved that one up to a public hearing at the start, and then 1641 and the bill that we just heard today on the venues will be heard. We'll deal with those on the same work session date. So and then we have the same schedule for the rest of the day. Welcome, Commissioner Johnson.
Hi there, good afternoon. Sorry, we thought you had a long list and we got the message, maybe you weren't there, so we apologize. I apologize for making you wait.
Yes, we went very fast on our work session.
That's great. That's great. So thank you for making some time this afternoon. We thought, given the announcement has so much in it around economic development, that it might be helpful to just have some time to talk with the committee a little bit about what we have put into this framework that we can all then work together from. And Representative Ducharme had a great idea, which is maybe queue up the conversation today, kind of start the dialogue, but maybe regroup after you all have had a chance to look at the materials and kind of read your way through them, because it's a lot. There's a lot in here, and it might be helpful to do that. So if it's all right, I'm gonna try to share my screen. Is that okay, Senator Curry?
That would be fine. Ms. Breton, do you need to do anything to help Commissioner, or give Commissioner access to share?
I think I can do it. Thank you. So let's see. One of the things as you think about this package, this is just some context. There were a number of pieces of the rescue plan, and I just realized Commissioner Head was going to join us. Let me just text her real quick. So there are a lot of ways funds are going to come, both to states, to businesses, and to individuals. And so we thought it would be helpful just to kind of set the stage a little bit here of some of the work goes directly to COVID response for school reopenings, to local governments. Some of it goes directly to individuals and families, and some of it goes directly to businesses. And I think while I wasn't online, you all talked a little bit about shuttered venues. That's a really sizable package that is one of those pieces. So some of this is still from President Trump's package. There were some pieces there from December that still didn't have rules. So you'll see this move around a little bit, but the basic premise to this is there are lots of places that funds will come in from. Let me just skip through here to the, see if we can, yep. So the main jobs in recovery plan that we released the framework of today has really three categories of investments. The first is spearheading immediate economic relief. The second is thinking about long-term economic recovery and how do we do that. And it looks forward to kind of what would you want your economy to be, not necessarily trying to recover to where we were pre-pandemic, because we all know we were having these discussions pre-pandemic about how do we improve our economy. And then the third is kind of building and revitalizing infrastructure. So I think that you all, well, we'll do this real quick, but so pre-pandemic, we had developed a 10-year economic plan. Many of you were, and some of your predecessors were involved very heavily in the development of that work. Just as we were launching and beginning the implementation of that work, the pandemic hit. And so some of that got tabled, but there was a lot of work that included over 1,300 people inputting across the state on ideas and thoughts around what should the economy look like, what should we be focused on, and really talent and innovation were the highlights there. And if any of you don't have the strategic plan, happy to get you a copy as well. But that was intended to be a roadmap for how we develop the future economy. Once the pandemic hit, the governor convened the Governor's Economic Recovery Committee. I don't think anybody on this committee was involved in that work, but that again really looked at how do we think about kind of what's happened as a result of the pandemic, and how do we get back to being able to execute the 10-year plan. So one of the advantages of this is it gave us all a starting point that people had had the opportunity to weigh in and vet ideas over the course of an extended period of time. When these Rescue Act funds become available, some other states don't have this framework, and so it's a little bit harder to start from kind of ground zero. So there is a formal document that I believe is in your inbox now. This is a pre-release document, but all the information is pretty consistent. The document in your inbox is just kind of has the structure around it and the framework, and we'll give you 2 or 3 paragraphs, short paragraphs on each of these, so that you can have a little bit more detail as you start to kind of work your way through this. So immediate economic recovery looks at kind of recovery grants. Our intent is to be kind of a follow-on fill-in for grants where they're needed. So, shuttered venues, there's a Restaurant Relief Act as well. Those are really large and sizable and strong grant programs that are out there to support sectors that are really in need. There were some other sectors that we have in Maine that we're a little bit concerned about too, and maybe need a little bit more help. And then I think once we see what happens with shuttered venues and restaurants, we'll know, is there more we need to do there? It also offers some loan guarantee options just to make sure that access to capital continues to be available. We're hearing that may start to be at risk because of all of the risk tolerances from lending institutions. Investing in heritage industries is a pretty standard piece for Maine. I know the governor mentioned it in her State of the State as well. So this looks at kind of ag processing, forest products and manufacturing, and seafood processing. So if you think about kind of where the heart of Maine's heritage industries are, it's looking at kind of how do we improve either to get more value out of what we have today or to create new markets so that we can strengthen our supply chain. The small business health insurance premium piece is really supporting small businesses that offer health insurance and helping to reduce those costs. There's an unemployment trust fund piece. We've got new business. Oh, there's Commissioner Head. Thank you, Ann.
Late to the game here.
Sorry about that. And we were just getting to the small business health insurance. Maybe this is perfect timing for you to jump in.
Right. Yeah, a lot of the focus here is on helping small businesses get up and on their feet, but the governor wanted to focus strictly on small business health insurance premium support. And so there's about $40 million that Eric Chopper from the Bureau of Insurance is going to administer to make sure that employers of small business employers receive support in the form of a discount on the rates that they have to pay for their employees' health insurance. So this, Eric is there to make sure that the money goes directly to employers with small groups of employees, and that their health coverage is maintained throughout at least the next year. So that's a really, really helpful use of the funds coming to Maine, among other very important programs.
So sustaining new businesses and entrepreneurs, I think what we saw with federal funds is new businesses didn't get the support out of the federal funds that more traditional businesses got. Part of that was COVID. The COVID piece required a loss, and without a financial history, it's really difficult to show loss or to be able to demonstrate that impact and loss. We'll talk a little bit more about entrepreneurs on the next page as well, and then encouraged business diversity. This is one that I think both Commissioner Head's team and our team work closely on around how do we support, how do we make sure that we have an equity lens on the programs? How do we make sure the technical assistance is available in the appropriate ways? Those types of things. So that's what that piece is. And then if you shift from the short-term piece to the longer-term economic growth pieces, these you can tie all directly back to either the strategic plan or the Economic Recovery Committee. And in the document you have in your email, it actually should give you the citations back to which plan, so that you can go back and see what that input really looks like if you want to. Talks about focusing and investing in innovation in critical opportunity areas, thinking about some targeted sectors and some domestic export. We haven't had that discussion with this committee yet, I don't believe, but domestic export, or something that we don't do a lot of in Maine as a cohesive effort to support small businesses' ability to export products and improve our GDP. But this is an opportunity to start that. And then obviously this next grouping is really about workforce and credentialing and growing our ability to offer kind of career and technical education. There's funding in here for community colleges and the university system. And then there's an opportunity for a higher ed competitive fund. We are kind of covering the entire state and creating opportunity in a dynamic system that can be connected. At the launch a couple of hours ago, there was a young woman who was a single mom who decided to go into the electrical program. It was just this really cool story. And we'll send you her speech if you want to see it. It was, I don't know, it was one of those that out of all of the speeches, right? Those to me are always the most interesting ones. But she talked about the fact that she didn't know anything about electrical, but she picked it because she thought that would give her real opportunities and to be kind of in control of her own destiny, that she could either get a good paying job or she could start her own business, and it gave her the choice. So it's a really, if you have a chance to watch it, I'm sure it's out somewhere, but there's a really good piece there. And then this workforce attraction and coordination. And do you want to touch on any of these pieces before I go on this one?
Yeah, I just want to go back just a moment to workforce, career and technical education. I know the committee has had contact with bill sponsors in this area, community college system. You've heard me say over and over again that licensure is not the only barrier here. It is really training. And many of the vacant jobs right now don't require a state license, but they do need technical information and training. So this money is going to be very well funneled into those education institutions, the college, community college system, and higher ed, to produce those job candidates with training. So I just wanted to mention that that's a really important piece of this. Thanks.
Yeah, great. And can you, still see that document? There we go. Okay. So, and then, this workforce attraction and coordination. And do you want to touch on any of these pieces before I go on this one? Yeah, great. And can you still see that document? There we go. Okay. So, and then, this workforce attraction and coordination. And do you want to touch on any of these pieces before I go on this one? And in this other piece too, it also looks at our ability to kind of focus on some sectors that we know are going to be high value growth sectors for the state, right? Clean energy is clearly going to be an opportunity for businesses to start and for high wage jobs to happen. Health workforce, we've seen, clear need there as well. And so that's a grouping really looking at talent development and workforce. And the one I didn't touch on is actually one of my favorites in this bucket, which is looking at on-the-job training and the opportunity to create paid work opportunities for Maine students while they're still in a structured environment and can have the help and support of teachers and tech center folks and others to help them with critical thinking skills, help them with the structure of work every day and get them into that mode. I know I was very fortunate, right? My parents would never have let me be late to work. If I was late to work, I was in much more trouble at home than I would have been at work as a young person. Having the ability to kind of think through difficult situations with somebody like a teacher or guidance counselor or a tech center teacher that can help you say, well, what do you do when things aren't going well? How do you think through this? How do you create this resiliency and these critical thinking skills that are really soft skills, but key pieces, as well as having students be able to look at different parts of the market and understand what they really like and are aligned to. So that's a really important piece there. The regulatory reform piece in DEP is about licensing and streamlining. It's not about changing the rules at DEP. It's about process. How are we able to process these applications more quickly? How do we keep the standards really high where they are now, but keep these projects moving much more quickly? We always talk, right? If you order something online, you can track it. It's a $2 item. You can track it all the way across the country till it lands on your doorstep at 6 a.m. or whenever it comes. But you might have a pretty sizable project and we don't have the systems that allow you to kind of see that moving through and understand kind of what's coming next for you. So that's a really important piece. The other thing there is if we start investing in innovation, which you see up above, we're going to start to get into new spaces. And we've seen it with 2 or 3 sectors as we get a little bit out into new areas. There's a lot of new science that's got to be understood and kind of categorized at DEP. And we want to make sure that we are ready to catch those projects as they come. And then this is really looking at infrastructure and pieces that maybe are more traditional here. Broadband, we've all talked about a lot. There's $129 million of earmarked funds in this 150, and then the rest comes out of these unallocated funds. There is a piece here about affordable workforce housing. That's something I'm guessing that we will all need to sit down at the table and kind of talk through a little bit. Workforce housing isn't an actual category yet in statute. So this is really thinking about kind of teachers and teachers should be able to live near their school system if they choose to, right? They shouldn't have to commute in because they can't afford housing in their areas, things like that, right? How do we make sure that people that are working can live near their work if they choose to, both for climate reasons and for quality of life reasons? And right now, that's not possible everywhere. So that's out there. Childcare, there's a significant amount of childcare in the earmarked funds. This is to fill a small piece that we believe won't be available to be used in those earmarked funds for actual facility development and improvement. You've got bridges here, roads and bridges, workforce transportation and electric vehicle charging. That's all here. Wastewater. We had more visitation at state parks last year than we've ever had. So there's an investment in state parks to make them safe and accessible to people. There's fisheries and wildlife, including a hatchery in there and a couple of other pieces. So this is really about kind of marine resources. The interconnection grants, we are seeing a number of large projects that need grid upgrades in order to be able to locate where they choose to locate. We want to figure out how to help, how to help create a share of that cost so that we can attract that work. And then the last one really looks at kind of cybersecurity and accessibility for systems. Right now, if you're a small business and you want to come to DECD, you have to tell us who you are and all of your information. Then if you want to go talk to somebody at PFR, you have to tell them all of the same things. If you started at the Secretary of State's office, you have to tell. So there were lots of opportunities for us to provide better service to Maine people and to Maine businesses with a systems upgrade. So I'm going to stop sharing there. I know Representative Ducharme was saying that he didn't have the email yet. I forwarded it to him. It would have come from Tom Abello. If you don't have it, certainly happy to kind of re-forward and push that out. But there is a link available that has kind of, again, some detail for each of those line items so that you can kind of read through it, see what you like, see what you don't like. Maybe we can regroup. I'm happy to take questions now, but also willing to come back in a week or so to Senator Curry. And if that's acceptable to you all, to have additional discussion.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Johnson. I very much appreciate the offer to come back and digest some of this and be able to come back with more detailed questions. So we'll take you up on that. Is there any immediate questions people want to have right now? I don't see any questions. So thank you very much, and we'll be diving through the materials. So.
Senator Curry, I put the link to the website with the information in the chat box, just so you all have it. It went live after the press conference.
Excellent. Great. Thank you very much.
So thank you all. We look forward to working with you on this as we continue to kind of move this forward. We appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we've had a rather full day. So I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Senator Searway, Representative Hepworth, all those in favor. So we are adjourned. Have a great evening, everybody. Hope you get outside.
Yeah.